Even if we just go for a couple of days, like we could be able to look at houses and actually talk to people at the school, get all that stuff figured out. Okay, first payments. If you don't pay, you're not gonna be in your classes. You need to put on here call mama. Because I mean, I really do think that she should help you. Like, I mean, she helped Jessica. One of these things is very easy for you to do today.
Good morning, my viewers. How's everybody morning going? Good night. How's everybody night? I slept good, y'all. I slept like baby, you know. Right now, I'm just gonna be AFK here for a while, so I could get my tools back up to level, and I'm gonna go grab more wood. We need a lot of wood today. We need a lot of materials today. So I'm gonna start working on this village farm. Hey, y'all, y'all need to make a creeper farm. Y'all need to make one. It's OP. Like, it's better than anything I ever saw before. I'm not gonna lie. I'll put some YouTube in the background, y'all. Some commentary, you know, some horror stories, you know. Y'all relax, chill back, grab your snacks. I'm gonna be here for a while. This ain't working good as hell. And I still got a AFK at the Iron Gauntlet farm. We still need a lot of iron. Yeah. Got 18 subscribers, 2 more, so I could do a giveaway. We don't copyright. I'm just playing. I want to get enough gunpowder so I could go to the nether. I want to get full netherite armor. I'm gonna be here for a while. Okay, 3 at a time. Okay, that's good. Hell yeah.
all kinds of scratched up in the process, but I soon heard the man walking. I remember hearing him go off the trail a little bit, and I got really nervous. He was walking around sort of in the area I was, but after that he moved along. He remained off the trail, and I'm 90% sure that he was looking for me. I soon heard him go farther away, then I stopped hearing him altogether. I kept hiding where I was for a good 10 minutes at least, I would guess. I was afraid that he was still there someplace, but when I finally got up the courage to leave my hiding spot, I did not see the man. I then left and went back to the trail. I still had no clue where I was though, so I just started walking in the opposite direction that the man had gone. For like 10 minutes, I just kept going down the path, and then by a miracle, I saw my uncle's yard in the distance. I ran for it and had finally made it back. I had probably been gone for about an hour. After going back inside my uncle's house, I found my parents and told them what had happened. Then we found my uncle, and I asked him who the guy in the woods would be. He said that nobody else should be back there, and his property went on for many acres. So my uncle went out there and was in the woods for a while, but he came back and said that he didn't see anybody. My uncle said there was really no other property nearby. That made it even more creepy to me. I was really scared when the man was following me, but I sort of thought maybe it was a neighbor. I thought maybe I wandered into his property or something. Knowing that he was trespassing makes it even more scary. After that, I didn't go in my uncle's woods alone anymore.
I think the creeper farm work better at nighttime too, cause
This
no
happened just
mob
last
spawn
year.
under.
I was driving home and making a relatively long drive. It was going to take me about 4 hours, and I was also driving a majority of it at night. I had the directions on my phone and had in my phone holder in front of me and to my right. As I was driving at night, I was listening to music and not paying much attention to the maps. I had been driving on one really long highway for over an hour, and in the process, I missed the exit that I was supposed to take. That would have led me to another highway, but instead, I was going in the wrong direction for like 30 minutes. When I finally realized my mistake, the directions were telling me to go off of the highway. I then had to take a bunch of back roads to connect to the highway that I needed to go on. It was a shortcut, but it was going through seemingly the middle of nowhere. By this time, the roads were extremely dark and quiet as well. I didn't see many other cars out. One of the roads that I was driving on was particularly quiet. It was going pretty slow, and after driving on that road for about a mile, my directions told me to turn left. After making the turn, I instantly saw somebody lying on the road up ahead. It appeared to be a man laying on his side and facing away from me. It was so weird that right away I was suspicious of it. He was like directly in the middle of the road and would block anyone from going by. The man wasn't moving. I wanted to just get out of there, but possibly the man needed help. I stopped my car a ways back from him. On the side of me was the woods, and on the other side was a grassy area with a few trees here and there. There was hardly any light at all. As my car was sitting there on the road, I wanted to see if the man was okay, but I didn't want to get out. I rolled down my window and yelled, asking the man if he was okay. He didn't move or say anything, and I decided to call the police. I took my phone from the holder and started to type. As I was looking down at my phone and doing so, something caught the corner of my eye. I looked over and saw a man coming out of the woods and going right towards my car. When I saw this, I then saw the man who had been lying on the road start to get up. It was a trap. I knew it. I put my car into reverse and floored it, and I started reversing and moving away from the guys. But obviously, I wasn't used to going in reverse at high speeds. I wasn't really going that fast. It was kind of hard to control my car going backwards. I couldn't really see where I was going either, and the men both started chasing after me. They were almost catching up, but when I made it back to the turn that I had come around, I put a little bit of distance between us. Then I slammed on my brakes and turned, so I was then facing the direction of the new road. The men almost caught up with me when I was stopped for a second, but I was able to drive away just before they reached me. I got out of there and then called the police when I was a distance away from them. I gave the exact location of where it occurred, and then I took another route to where I needed to go. I hope that the police found those guys, or they didn't try whatever it was someplace else. I made it back home a little bit later than I had hoped that night, but I made it back step on the grass to pass them, or way out into the road. As I approached, I was planning to go up into the grass, but then the car's door opened up. I saw a man starting to step out, who was wearing all black clothing and a ski mask. When I saw that, I started to turn around immediately. The guy was still a ways up. I continued to jog, but
What's up, second viewer? How you doing, man? How's your morning or afternoon going? How's everybody doing? When I'm just AFK to get hella gunpowder. I want to get another right armor. So, yeah. Man, because before I'm going crazy. Y'all, I'm gonna put some horror story in the background.
Something weird happened to me a few years ago, and I'm gonna do my best to get the details right.
Zero SPR. I gotta repair my tools. That's good. That's good to hear.
A girl who seemed too good to be true.
Shit.
We hit it off right away, and it seemed that she was into me as well.
How many gunpowder we have?
I have a pretty good eye for fake profiles, and this one looked real.
Not bad.
She was gorgeous, but still, I couldn't shake off the nagging feeling that I was being catfished. So I decided to look her up on social media. She hadn't linked anything in her profile, but she did tell me where she worked, and one of her pictures was of her college graduation.
It took a while.
That let me know where she went to school and in which year. But that information.
Okay, have a good day at work, bro.
On Facebook. It all seemed to check out. The photos matched, and the Facebook profile was created back in 2009. This happened in 2022.
Have a good day, bro.
The Facebook account was real. I wanted to add her as a friend or send a message just to make sure, but I didn't want her to know that I looked her up. That it would come off as creepy. We kept on messaging for a while, then eventually I asked her out. She said yes, and then suggested that we meet at a tea house downtown, a spot that I wasn't familiar with. However, it wasn't far from my building, just a 10-minute bus ride. I arrived about 5 minutes early and stood out front. I noticed right away that the place was closed. It was 7:30, and the tea house was only open until 5 on weekends. I thought I would just wait there until she arrived, and then we would find something else, but then my phone buzzed. When I checked my messages, there was one from Julie. She told me that the tea house was closed, and asked me to meet her at the parking lot of the grocery store next door. It was closed for the night as well, but I guess she was going to park there, and then we would find a bar. I wasn't planning on getting into a stranger's car. Not even I am that stupid. The parking lot was literally right around the corner, so I walked over and peeked in. It was nearly empty, except for a single car parked way at the end. The parking lot was dark, but the car had its headlights on. Something felt off, but I cautiously approached the car anyway. As I inched closer, through the windshield, I could make out the figure of a man in the front seat. With that, I knew something was up. I snapped a picture with my phone and got out of there as fast as I could. I didn't know if I could do anything with the picture, but it was worth a try. It was not very clear, and the license plate was not readable. At the time, I was thinking I would just have to chalk this one up to experience, because no harm was really done. I walked home feeling a little disappointed, but no big deal. When I checked Hinge later, though, Julia blocked me. Not surprising at all, because I knew she was just some guy. That was when I remembered the Facebook profile. I logged on, and saw I was still there. I still thought it was real, and if somebody was using her identity to catfish people, then it would only be fair to let her know. I sent the real Julie a message, explaining what happened to me. A response came the next day. She told me that she didn't even have a profile on Hinge, so somebody was definitely stealing her identity. She asked if I saw the person, and wanted to know every detail. I told her that I saw him, but didn't get a good look. Then I attached the picture that I took of the car, not thinking that it would be much help. The next reply from her was truly shocking. Julie recognized the car and the man in the driver's seat, even though it was unclear. She told me that it was her stepfather. He had stolen her identity to trick guys on dating apps. Pretty creepy stuff. Julie and I continued to message back and forth, trying to piece together what happened. She was understandably upset and embarrassed about what her stepfather had done. We speculated on various scenarios, but she was always insistent that he wouldn't have hurt me. I didn't blame her for taking that stance, but I don't necessarily agree. Anyone who's capable of doing something so creepy is capable of all kinds of things. And if he wasn't gonna hurt me, what would he have done if I got into that car? Just laugh and say gotcha? Not likely. That guy was going to do something horrible that night, and I got away. I think he needs to be watched closely, but he didn't really do anything illegal to me, so the police couldn't do much. Maybe it was illegal to steal his stepdaughter's identity. I don't think she wanted to press charges. My only hope is that somebody's keeping an eye on that guy, because he's seriously disturbed.
This place is so weird. It's the Twilight Zone.
I think there's a weirdness like a pretty huge civil war. This happened back in 2010, when when I had first started using some of the dating apps. It was before I even had a smartphone, so it was pretty much just eHarmony and Plenty of Fish that I was on. I know that there are a lot more of them now, but I never got into those ones. And luckily, I'm off the market now, so I never had to experience what singles are going through these days. That being said, I did have one creepy experience with online dating, and I would like to share that one now. I was scrolling through some profiles on Plenty of Fish, and I sent a few messages out. For those who don't know, you didn't have to swipe back then. It was just a big list of pictures, and you could message anyone. Therefore, you wouldn't get responses most of the time, because they might not have even been interested at all. I was getting a little frustrated, and almost gave up, but then I got a reply from a girl named Carrie. We hit it off alright. She did a good job of keeping the conversation interesting. It was refreshing compared to most others. Reading a reply was hard. Getting more than a one-word answer was rare. Carrie seemed interested, and I was excited about that. After a few days of constant messaging, we decided to meet up for drinks. It felt right, or at least as right as anything could feel when you're about to meet a stranger from the internet. This would have only been my third online date, so I was still new to it. The others didn't lead anywhere, but they were not terrible experiences. Carrie sent me her number, and then I sent her a text so that she would have mine. When the day of our date came, I sent her a text to confirm. She replied asking for a change of plans. She explained that her cat had suddenly gotten sick. She needed to stay home to take care of it, but she still wanted to meet, and suggested that I come over to her place. A red flag? Maybe. But at the time, it seemed like a genuine, albeit unfortunate turn of events. She sent over the address, and after hesitating for a minute, I accepted. I arrived at the building, which was a large apartment building, and there was a major bus station nearby. Standing in front of the entrance, I sent her a quick message to let her know I was there. Seconds later, she approached me from behind, catching me off guard. When I turned around, I saw that her face matched the photos that I had seen on her profile. That was somewhat of a relief, because at least I knew that I wasn't being catfished. I was a little nervous, though.
I've been catfish. I was gonna lie. That shit.
She opened the door.
I got catfish. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. When I got catfish, it was at this Mexican restaurant we went to. We sit down, you know. I'm eating, you know, nothing, you know. And something that felt right, you know. I was looking at that person for a minute too, trying to figure out what the hell what I'm looking at. And I looked closely at that, you know, your apple. I said, let me excuse myself. I gotta go to the bathroom. Call my Uber. Fuck, I did. So I don't care. And I'm good. I got fucking played.
I was freaked out while I sat there, but then I noticed something else. I hadn't seen any pet-related items when I was there, and no sign of the cat. Even more troubling, there was not a strand of pet hair on any of the furniture. I'd had animals before, and I know how impossible it is to get rid of cat hair. There would have been some. Something didn't feel right, and the more I listened, the more convinced I became that I didn't want to be there. Quietly, I stood up and made my way to the door, and then I slipped out of the apartment. No sooner had the door clicked shut behind me than I heard the sound of movement from one of the bedrooms. I heard heavy footsteps, unmistakably those of a large man, and a small girl like Carrie. As I was waiting for the elevator in the hallway, I heard the door to the apartment open. A man stuck his head out the door and looked over to me. Then the door closed, and I heard the lock slide into place. I didn't know what was going on in that apartment, but it was really suspicious. Once I was safely outside, I pulled out my phone to check if I had any messages from Carrie. Honestly, I wasn't even going to bother saying anything. I would have been happy enough to forget about her, and not even bother asking what was going on. There was nothing, though, so I just went home. When I got home, I checked Plenty of Fish, and Carrie's profile was gone. I'm not sure if she deleted it, or if she just blocked me. Every message that we exchanged was gone, erasing any evidence that our interaction ever even occurred. Maybe she was mad that I ditched her, or maybe she wanted to destroy the evidence that I was ever there. In retrospect, the signs were there, subtle but unmistakable indicators that something was wrong. The last-minute change of plans, the man in the apartment, and the missing cat were all enough to raise major red flags. I never got any real closure about what happened, but I did make it out safely, and I'm thankful for that. Whenever I tell this story, I'm glad that I'm not dating anymore. Based on what I've heard, things have gotten pretty crazy out there. For all of you that are still trying to find someone,
good luck out there.
be careful. Take the lesson from me. and to learn the hard way.
Shit.
You want a career in cybersecurity?
I hate
We can
ads,
help
y'all.
you get there.
It's really,
Our stackable cyber...
I downloaded the Tinder app a few years after it started to become popular. At the time, I was 22, and I had a room in a shared house with some guys who I didn't really know. It was a lonely time in my life, because I didn't know anybody in my city. My roommates were alright, but they all had their own lives, so I was the odd one out most of the time. I knew that Tinder was supposed to be a hookup app, but I really was looking for more of a connection, silly as that sounds. Because of that, I wasn't just swiping on the hottest girls, I was swiping on pretty much everyone. I guess I had some beginner's luck in my first few days, because I got over 10 matches. I was scrolling through them, trying to decide which one to message when a message came in. That was a surprise, because I thought that most girls didn't like to make the first move. I was excited though, and replied right away. After an hour of chatting, I asked to meet. She agreed. Her name was Claire. She was 20 years old, a student, with curly blonde hair. Her pictures were really good, almost professional looking. When I told Claire where I lived, she suggested that we meet at a park that was not too far away. She never told me where she lived, but I figured it couldn't be far if she wanted to meet there. On the night of our date, I microwaved some food and ate in my room, and I left without telling any of my roommates. It was late fall, and it was getting cold, but not too bad. I had a sweatshirt on, and a thick jacket that was undone. It was during this walk that I noticed a white van pass by me. At first, I didn't think much of it, but then the same van passed me again, slower this time. I looked over at it, but at that angle, I wasn't able to see the driver. Eventually, the van disappeared from my sight. 5 minutes later, I turned down the street that the park was on. When I got close to the entrance, I saw that the van was parked on the street. I remember thinking, great, now I'm being stalked by some creep in a van. Still, I was there to meet Claire, not to chicken out because of some random guy. I cut through the park and made my way to the bench where we agreed to meet. Then I checked my phone to see if there were any messages from Claire. There weren't any, so I sat there and waited. It was still early, so I didn't want to message her and sound desperate. At exactly the time when we were supposed to meet, my phone buzzed with a message. It was Claire asking me to meet her on the other side of the park. It was no problem, but I didn't know why she couldn't just meet where we agreed before. It wasn't worth arguing over, so I went with it. I meant walking past the van, though. As I approached the van, I could see that the side door was slightly ajar, which struck me as odd. Just as I was about to pass by, the door swung open fully, and an older man stepped out. I was face to face with him for a split second, before he tried to grab me. I pulled away, but he caught the sleeve of my jacket with his hand. I tried to squirm free, but there was no way he was letting go. All the while, he was grabbing at my other arm with his free hand. It was not looking good for me, because this man was way bigger than me, and with that creepy van right next to us, I knew that if he got me, then I would be screwed. As a last resort, I got out of my jacket, rolling on the ground to wriggle free. Once I was out, I backed away a fair distance from the man, who was just standing there next to the van looking at me. He was still holding my jacket, but surprisingly, he never chased me. He was strong, but fortunately for me, he was not a runner. I didn't stick around any longer to find out what he wanted, and I ran away. I didn't stop until I was away from the park, and back to the relative safety of a busier road. I glanced back once to see if I was being followed, but I wasn't. I could still see the white van in the distance. It looked like it still hadn't moved. I was almost back home, and I was on a busier road with some bars and fast food places. When I saw the van again, it cruised by slowly, slowed even further as it passed me. I looked over, and the driver's side window was down. I could see that the driver was the man who attacked me earlier. Our eyes met for a moment, and the chill that went down my spine was unlike anything I'd ever felt. The man behind the wheel had a look that was both ugly and scary. His eyes were cold, the kind that seemed like they could look right through you, and I knew without a doubt that his intentions were far from good. I tried to see the license plate from the van, but it was covered up by something. I stood there frozen on the sidewalk, watching as it disappeared into the night. I realized how close I had come to a potentially disastrous situation. My initial excitement about meeting Claire had turned into a nightmare scenario that I was lucky to escape from. And I pulled out my phone and called the police. I reported the van and the man, describing the events in as much detail as I could remember.
even as I ended the call. Part of me doubted they would find him.
Before
I went anywhere near my house,
let me
I
turn my
scanned the street
chat
for the
on.
van. The last thing I wanted was to lead him to my home. When I was sure it was safe, I went inside and headed straight for my room. It was only then that I even bothered to open Tinder. By then, I was pretty sure she was fake. When I opened our conversation, I had a new message from her. It read, "Nice jacket." That weirdo was taunting me. I took a screenshot for the police, but didn't give them the satisfaction of a response. After this, I didn't use Tinder again for a long time. Years later, I had some alright experiences with it, so take that for what you will. Always be careful, though. I've had some bizarre experiences with dating apps, but there's one that stands out. It was during my second year of college. At the time, I was still living with my parents. They had gone away for the weekend, leaving me home alone in the empty house. I was alone all day, trying to get some work done. I decided to take a break in the evening. I was watching some TV and feeling lonely, so I began swiping through Tinder, hoping to meet someone. It wasn't long before I matched with a girl named Susan. She wasn't the prettiest girl I had ever seen, but then again, maybe I'm not the hottest myself. I started off by asking her a few questions. She answered quickly, but her responses were really short. I wasn't sure if she was interested at first, but out of nowhere, she suggested coming over to my place. It struck me as forward, especially since we hardly knew each other, but I was lonely, a little desperate, so the thought of meeting someone that night was tempting to me. I sent her my address without much thought. Within about half an hour, the car pulled into my front driveway. I was watching from the front door. She got out of the car and walked up to where I was waiting on the porch. The moment Susan walked through the door, I felt uncomfortable. It was weird enough having a perfect stranger at my house, but she didn't help. Susan was very shy and awkward, not that I can blame her. She was feeling the same nerves that I was. We made our way into the living room, and I turned on the TV in an attempt to fill the awkward silence. We watched some show for a while, and I tried to spark up a conversation, but it was like talking to a wall. Susan offered little more than single-word responses. It became painfully clear that there was no spark between us. It was clear to me anyway. As the night dragged on, I wanted her to go. I hinted more than once that it was getting late, but we should take the cue and leave, but she didn't. Eventually, my patience wore thin, and I told her directly that I was heading to bed, and that she needed to leave. It felt rude, but that seemed to get through to her, and I walked her to the front door. I watched her car pull out of the driveway and turn around the corner of my street. By then, it was not even 10 o'clock, and I usually don't go to bed until 1 or 2, so the night was still young. After she was gone, I checked my phone and saw a message from my friend Drew, inviting me over. I knew that he was on a date that night too, so I guess that his didn't go well either. He lived just around the corner, so I thought I would go over there for a bit. After a quick shower and some food, I was ready to go to my friend's place. It was around 10:45 by the time I stepped out. It was a fairly quiet neighborhood, and I was the only one out on the sidewalk. I didn't even see any cars driving by. As I rounded the corner on my street towards Drew's house, there was a car parked on the side of the road facing me. It stuck out to me because it was technically on the wrong side of the street. Its light suddenly turned on, and the engine came to life. Before I knew what was happening, it was hurtling towards me. I leapt out of the way, landing in somebody's front yard. The car screeched to a halt, just in time to avoid running into a fence. There was a lamppost right overhead, and I noticed that it looked like Susan's car. When I looked closer, I could tell that it was Susan. She was glaring at me from behind the wheel. That crazy girl had tried to run me over. That also meant that she was out there waiting for me for about an hour. Must have been pissed that I lied to her and said that I was going to bed. In a second, the car started up again, and she drove away, leaving me there on the ground. I ran the rest of the way to Drew's house. When I got there, I told him the whole story. He let me stay over at his place that night, because I was way too scared to go home. The next day in the morning, I went back to my house. I was half expecting the whole place to be trashed by Susan, but to my relief, she didn't do anything. I went inside and checked the whole house, just to satisfy my paranoia, but there was no sign that she had been back. I then opened Tinder to check my messages, and probably blocked Susan. When I opened the messages, there were a bunch from her. They were a mess of angry, barely coherent rants, filled with spelling mistakes and profanities. The content was hard to decipher, but the intent was clear. She was furious. Rejection is tough for anyone to deal with, but we need to control ourselves. Sure, I could have been more honest with her. She wasn't picking up on my cues. I wanted to end the night, so I told her that I was going to bed. She must have gone out there and waited to make sure I didn't go out. She was out there waiting for me for an hour, but I wonder how much longer she would have sat there. I still wonder if she was actually going to kill me that night. It looked like I was going to be run over. Once I got out of the way the first time, she could have tried again, but she didn't. Maybe she just wanted to scare me. If that's what she wanted, then it definitely worked. I didn't use any dating apps for a while afterwards, and I never saw or heard from Susan again. When all of this began, I was just shy of my 23rd birthday. I want to make clear that I was a completely different person back then. Over time, I've become less hard-headed. When I was 22, I met a man on the internet. Let's just call him Guy. He was 40 when we first started chatting. I didn't realize at the time that someone his age could be as different as he was. I used to think he was pretty cool, and we quickly became close friends. That's how I felt, at least. He was a good listener, and would tell me all sorts of random tales. The way he expressed himself was always a bit odd. His way of talking was as if we were in a live-action game of Dungeons and Dragons. We messaged each other every day. Back then, I was dating someone, and this guy even became friends with my boyfriend. Then, for about a year, we stopped communicating. One day, out of the blue, he sent me a text. He said he'd lost all his contacts except for mine, for some reason. He sent me a picture of my contact details on his phone. It was a photo I had previously sent him, but I didn't think much of it then. Our friendship seemed to pick up right where it left off. He was going through a divorce at the time, and I was his shoulder to lean on. That's how he put it. He stated that there were certain boundaries he didn't want to cross, and so we started having regular phone chats. He began to hint that he wanted my help in spying on his soon-to-be ex-wife, since she wouldn't recognize me. He was overly eager to find out who she was living with. This was the first warning sign that I actually acknowledged as such. Someone warned me that he was a bit off and that I should avoid him. But what did I do? I kept talking to the guy, despite being told not to. Again, he mentioned the boundaries that he didn't want to cross. The second warning sign was related to religion, Scientology. He never tried to make me join, but he always wanted me to accompany him for moral support during audits and the like. I always turned him down. Once again, my friend warned me to stay clear of him, but I didn't pay heed. Soon, Guy wanted to meet in person. I tried to decline as diplomatically as I could, making up reasons like being busy. Eventually, however, I caved and sent him my location. I need to emphasize again that he claimed we were just friends, and there were boundaries he wouldn't cross. I agreed to this, but unlike him, I actually meant it. He turned up at my place on his scooter.
Great question. Is it big enough for both the front and rear seats?
I'm a fairly tall woman at 5'7", and this man, now 42, was a whole foot shorter than me. The first thing he did was forcefully kiss me. When I managed to get free from this unwanted kiss, he studied my face and commented, "I just wanted to make sure you were real," as if my presence in the driveway wasn't proof enough. I felt really uncomfortable, but since I was at my parents' house, I felt safe enough. He tried to convince me to ride on his scooter with him, but I repeatedly declined. Then, my little sister, who was 17 at the time, came outside. He immediately befriended her and convinced her to go for a ride. She agreed, so he took her around the neighborhood and brought her back. At this point, I decided it was time for him to leave. We still maintained contact, but he started to become very controlling, despite the fact that I was still dating someone else. Then he began asking for my younger sister's phone number, discussing what he'd like to do with both of us. I really wanted to cut contact with him, but by then I was too afraid since I had given him my address, and he knew where my younger sister lived. Finally, after he had bombarded my phone with messages for days, with me responding perhaps every 20th text, I finally blocked him. Then he started texting my boyfriend, asking about my whereabouts. He was insisting on getting my little sister's number, even claiming that I had agreed to give it to him, which was an outright lie. With the messaging app I was using, if you blocked someone, you could still see the messages they sent, but they didn't trigger notifications and didn't show up in your regular text inbox. He sent me 2 lengthy messages, one in English and the other in Spanish, each spanning about 15 pages. He continued to spam my phone and that of my then boyfriend for months on end. Finally, he just vanished. I'm now 28, and fortunately I haven't heard from him since. I've definitely learned that red flags are there for a reason, and if your instincts tell you to keep your distance, you should listen.
A lot of wood, y'all. A lot of wood.
In early 2017, I was using a couple of popular dating apps, but I was mainly focusing on Tinder. After going through a string of average dates, I was almost ready to quit. But then I matched with someone who seemed promising. Her name was Lila. Her profile instantly grabbed my attention, and I really hoped we'd match when I swiped right on her. She seemed like a fun and interesting individual based on her profile. To my surprise, we matched. Our chat started off pretty smoothly, and it seemed like we had a lot in common. We were really connecting. We agreed to meet for our first date at a nearby park, where we could decide what to do next. On the day of our date, I sent her a message to make sure we were still on. She replied immediately, confirming that she would meet me there at 7:30 p.m. The meeting spot was the large gate at the park's entrance. I arrived there, looking around the crowd, hoping to see Lila. Just when I was about to text her, my phone buzzed. It was a message from Lila asking to meet at a different location, a few blocks away. It was an ordinary street corner. I wondered why she would want to meet there instead of coming to the park, but I agreed and started walking. It was only a few minutes away. As I moved towards the new spot, excitement was building up within me. I wasn't bothered by the change in plan, assuming she had found a better place to meet. But as soon as I arrived at the corner where we were supposed to meet, I received another text from Lila. She wanted to meet at yet another location, this time even farther. Even though it was a bit inconvenient, I wanted to meet her badly. So I agreed, and headed to the new location. But when I reached the third location, a strange feeling came over me. It was essentially an alley sandwiched between 2 apartment buildings. There weren't any people around as far as I could see. That place had a dangerous vibe to it. My gut was telling me something was off, but curiosity got the better of me, and I kept exploring. At this point, I was doubtful if Lila was even real, but I couldn't let go of the hope that she was. I know, not a smart move. Out of nowhere, I noticed 2 guys walking toward me. They were dressed in dark clothes, jeans, and black hoodies. They were also sporting surgical masks and sunglasses. I attempted to flee the other way, but there was another big guy approaching from that direction, effectively trapping me in the alley. He was dressed similarly to the other 2, just more imposing. I looked around for an escape route. The only way out seemed to be a door on one of the buildings, but it was locked. I desperately rattled the doorknob for a few moments before turning around. I was surrounded. The 3 guys stood motionless in front of me. Then one of them spoke. "We're Lila. Hand over your wallet and phone." Tears welled up in my eyes and I felt so foolish. Despite knowing something was off, I walked right into their trap. I didn't try to negotiate. I simply handed over my wallet and phone. Before leaving, one of them threatened me, saying they would kill me if I reported them to the police. I believed him. After they left, I cautiously returned to the main street. It was already dark. I scanned the area, making sure those guys weren't nearby. The last thing I wanted was to encounter them again. When I was sure they were gone, I slowly walked home, constantly looking over my shoulder. Back at home, I considered contacting the police, but the threat made by one of those guys really terrified me. I was also filled with embarrassment. I wanted to forget the whole incident and move on. In hindsight, I realized I should have reported the incident to warn others. But I didn't. In fact, I never shared this incident with anyone until now. It's a relief to finally let it all out.
You now live in a world where you never run out of milk. was younger, I used to spend a lot of time on dating apps. Luckily, I don't need them now. I actually met my wife on OkCupid. But this story is about a not-so-great encounter I had on Tinder. This happened about 5 years ago. I was on the lookout for love, or at least something that felt real and significant. One lucky night, I was going through Tinder profiles and I matched with a girl. Her name was Lisa, and her profile was quite fascinating. She had actually taken the time to fill out her profile, which I really liked. The pictures on her profile were also good, but they weren't unrealistically perfect like some profiles I'd seen. It seemed like a lot of profiles were fake. I bet it's worse now, but it was still a problem back then. I initiated the conversation and we exchanged some messages. We seemed to get along well from the start. Lisa seemed smart, funny, and she liked a lot of the same things I did. We hit it off and decided to meet up. She suggested a local pub in our city. It was quite a ways away from my place, but I agreed anyway. The day came and I went to the pub, feeling a bit anxious. She was a blonde with green eyes. I looked around the room trying to spot her amongst the few people there. As I turned around, there she was at the door. She looked exactly like her profile pictures. I walked over to her with a smile. She smiled back, and we got a table and ordered some drinks. We chatted effortlessly, and it felt like we had a real connection. It felt like we'd known each other for a while. I was quite excited that the date was going so well. Time flew as we laughed, talked, and exchanged stories. After about an hour, Lisa suggested we head to her place to continue our date. I was surprised. I've never been one to go to someone's place on the first date, but I couldn't say no, so I agreed. We left the pub and started walking. She said her apartment was just a 10-minute walk away. When we got to her apartment, I noticed that the building was unusually quiet.
Excuse me, y'all.
It was an old building, probably from the 70s. The corridors smelled musty, and it seemed like more than half of the lights weren't working. The walls were stained, and the hallway carpet was worn out in the middle. There were several big holes in the carpet, too. The situation was a bit unnerving, but I couldn't fault Lisa for it. City rent can be a nightmare, and many buildings are not up to par. To be fair, my own apartment wasn't much better back then. With this thought, I followed her into the apartment, hoping it wasn't a big deal. As soon as we stepped inside, I could detect a faint smell that was hard to identify. It was different from the hallway's scent. I assumed she had pets. Perhaps she had a cat, and its litter box needed changing. The smell was a bit off-putting, but it wasn't terrible enough to make me leave. Lisa and I settled on her living room couch. We opened a bottle of wine and continued our conversation. Nothing significant occurred initially, but about 30 minutes in, the door opened. I figured it was a roommate or something. She hadn't mentioned if she lived alone. A few moments later, a tall man appeared before us. He looked mad. He was about my age, but was a towering 6'4" with a long brown beard and a backwards baseball cap. It didn't take much to figure out who he was. I immediately knew he was her boyfriend. I glanced at Lisa, and she was in tears. When I looked back at the guy, he was shouting at me to get out. I didn't hang around. I hurriedly put on my shoes and headed towards the door. I was out of there in less than 10 seconds. I practically sprinted down the corridor and out of the building, looking over my shoulder every now and then. Luckily, no one was following. I caught a bus home, still rattled from the adrenaline rush. I couldn't believe what had just transpired. It seemed like Lisa was trying to use me to either get back at her boyfriend or make him jealous. She must have planned for him to catch us. It was a really underhanded move, not just towards me, but also towards him. There's no telling what he could have done to me. In a way, I was fortunate he let me go. I promptly unmatched Lisa and took a break from dating apps for a while. I really should have reported her for her actions, but I just wanted to put the whole thing behind me. I never saw or heard from her again, and luckily all of my subsequent experiences with dating apps have been much more positive. The story I'm about to share is true. It totally changed how I think about dating and meeting people online. But let me first tell you a little about me. I'm a 22-year-old woman who drives trucks for a living. I'm a lesbian. I like my outfits a bit loose, and I keep my hair short and neat. Even though I'm still young, I've experienced a lot of wild situations. There have been times when I had to brandish a knife to defend myself, and I've broken up fights with full-grown men. I've seen some stuff. All this started when I was 18. That was when I began questioning my sexuality and wondering what it would be like to be with a guy. Until that point, I'd only been with women, and I was single and curious, if you catch my drift. To explore these feelings, I turned to the internet and downloaded an app named Meet Me, hoping to find someone who I might be attracted to.
Meet Me used to
The app
be
was
a
filled
good
with
app
weirdos and
back
too many
then,
inappropriate photos,
but now that's
until
hella
I stumbled
weirdos.
upon a guy.
It's hella weirdos on
Let's
there.
call him Joe. Joe and I
Back
started
then,
chatting, and he seemed
20,
cool, relaxed, and
2017,
pretty
2018, that
adventurous.
shit was popping. But
After
now
a few
it
days
is
of
too
getting
many
to know
weirdos
each
on
other,
there. Too
he
many
suggested
weirdos.
we meet up.
Way too many
I
weirdos.
agreed, but looking back, I wish I'd never downloaded that app.
Shit.
We planned to hang out at his place.
That app
eat some
back
food,
then,
play
that
video
app
games,
used to
just
help me. I
relax.
don't know, like now.
I know what you're probably thinking.
That
It
shit.
sounds dangerous and naive, like the plot of a thriller movie. But I was young and eager to experience new things, so I went all in. I went to his house at night. It was nice. We chatted for a while, had some pizza, and after a while things escalated, and we ended up sleeping together. Once everything settled down, we were just lying there enjoying the moment, when I heard a scream. I was startled and asked Joe, "I thought you said we were alone. What's happening?" He replied that his brother might have come home and turned on a movie. He went to check it out. I was left in his room.
Big, I put 90 with tight. Like it was like border passing through, you know? Pah. And I like that. I'm talking about her. It felt good. What's up, my second rear? How you doing? Hell yeah. Oh my god. My mom? Who? My mom or her mom? My mom, I think she's at Walmart buying ground beef. Yo, my mom cooking tacos. I don't know. You tell her that then. You tell her that then. The fuck are you telling me for? Okay then. I don't want no damn fish. I know what you're talking about. I know what it is. I know what it is. No, yesterday my mom cooked mashed potato, mac and cheese with some Hawaiian bread and some breast chicken, like she cook it like on the stove, like fry that whole. That shit was good. It's just my like fish. Yeah, she don't like food. She do, but she don't like talking about food. She don't like me talking about food. Like when I try to talk about food with her, she look at me like she like give me that look. Tribe, nobody. I ain't trapped nobody. All bullshit. All bullshit. No, I know what I was doing, but I ain't trap her, you know? Oh, no bullshit. You know, yesterday when she called me, I was surprised she called me. I got all excited yesterday. I felt like carrying candy for... Only that one time, though, because she was driving. Yeah. Don't speak about that. I don't want to hear that shit. I don't want it. Shit. Man, I don't get it. If a female can't keep the leg closed, they shouldn't have kids at all. You know what my sister said? Yes. Yes. Like, she was talking about she wanted, like, and she asking me for advice and shit. I said, girl, I'm the oldest. Yeah, 20. And maybe you gagging over there. No, she don't got, no, she don't, no. No, but the thing is, she's talking about, she's deliver her mom. Okay, but I'm different from her, okay? I'm different from, what she said? What she said, what you say, actually? I used to have my own place, the fuck? You know my situation, so I don't want to hear it. But no, my mama, I think my mama will kick her ass out. Cause she said, no, but listen to me, cause she don't want no babies happening in her house, so you don't making babies here. They're never here because the thing is because my sister's room next to my mom's room. Okay, I don't want to hear that. TMI, girl. That's my sister we're talking about now. No, it's... I don't give a fuck. I don't give two fucks. Hey, no, hey, I. Oh hell yeah, that's a good regular old bill. Damn. So my baby, I love. I'm ready to get my baby. She better push that baby out. 3 push. 1, 2, 3. She gonna be looking at me like mama bicho cállate. Aga, tacho. Like that, you know. I don't gonna lie, I feel, you know, like, I don't gonna lie, you had me, I'm gonna lie, who can hear me, you had me, listen to me, I don't gonna, listen to me, she had me nutted so much, like I feel so good, like, I'm trying to, like, I'll be like, like, I was like, I'm just saying, I'm gonna be honest with y'all, you know, like, but you know, life is good. Hey, you know, when my sister, she come downstairs today, right? She said, "Can I?" Yeah, listen to me. No, I gotta wash my sheets before she come over. I always wash my sheets, cause. Oh, listen to me. So my sister come downstairs, right? She was talking. She said on the side that I just thought, you know, I got done fucking, you know who. I'm just looking at my sister like, hey, can you like scoot over? She's like, I just don't like you right there. And she said, what you mean? She said, just move out of that spot, you know? And she said, oh, ew. She got up so quick. I said, don't worry, my bed is clean. Like, I don't know. I wash my bed sheets and all my shit like every Friday. Like every Friday, I wash my shit. My shit gonna, I don't know, cause I feel like if you don't wash your shit, that shit smells. Touch. Oh my god, I'm out of drain. I ain't gonna lie. Well, leche, no more leche, Tacho. I feel like, you know, release. You know, like, see, Tacho, bro. No, what's it called? What am I gonna say? The closet on the first. Oh, baby, You want me to get that off of Amazon? The closet you talking about? I know. 17 weeks, okay. We're gonna do it outside, you know. Don't. Or what's it called? Like it's not, they got two. They got two different. They got the powder one and they got the confetti, like blue or red. I clean that shit up. Don't worry. I clean it fall. I just want to have it. I want to be excited for that moment. Shit. Closet. Hey, mom. Hey, my mom gonna be happy. My mom. My mom funny. She said she gonna tell my aunt. Did you burn? I said you better not tell her ass. Yeah, she got a big ass one. No, it's gonna be a boy, un nene. It's gonna be. I don't want to hear it, bro. I don't want, cause I already got a girl. She's sassy. Hey, if it's a boy, I'ma go crazy, you know. I'm gonna do a black flip probably, you know. I might do a black flip, you know. I might do a whole cartwheel, you know. So wait, hold on. Cause I don't know what I think. Cause on that day, I'm gonna get my aunt and my mom to cook that day. We're gonna have like, hella food that day. No, but like, if anything happens, I do kind of want one, you know. And if anything happened to me, at least I want one, you know. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You mean like you talking about get them baptized? Yeah, yeah. You gotta go to you gotta go to a church for that. A church. Like, I used to see my grandma was so funny. My grandma's expression was like, bro, I think my money to go to the Dells already so I could get paid off my aunt, bro. I need my money, man. So I didn't pick them. I didn't pick it. That's what that's my problem. I didn't pick it. Here's a fat ass, lazy ass. They're that, bro. I'm dead ass, bro. They're 300 pounds. They cannot walk. I'm talking about they can. I mean, they can walk like a little bit of steps, but they can't go fully. Every time I love her. Every time Layla come over here, she told me all to do is color. She don't want to fucking color all day. She want to play, you know, have fun. She's a kid. All to do is sit down and be on the phone and watch TV. Come on now. Right. That's not like. Come on now, like. No bullshit. Like it was like a couple days ago, like before it was like a couple days ago. Layla was here and then Ashley was on her way, whatever. I was told her not to come because Layla just busted her shit down the stairs hard as a bitch. Like I'm talking about hard. Like I'm talking about hard. Like she was kind of like you know I feel bad, you know. And I was gonna turn out. Yeah, I ran like a motherfucker, cause shit. But her like her side, like her like all that was. No, but she's good though. Man, my brother. No. Raspberry. I gotta buy pillows this coming up month. I gotta buy pillows. No, no, I gotta buy her. That's why I gotta get her too. Yeah, that's too. I sleep on my stomach, you know, on my side. One demon. Hold on, wait a minute. I didn't do nothing to nobody. We did it together. I was popping out. Banana, pop, pop, Hey, I'm gonna lie. I'm going. Hey, I'm going. No, I wanna. But like, listen to me. Like, I don't know weird shit, but like when she was moaning, like louder, like it was making me wanna, you know, bust quicker. You know, like chupa de, you know, chupa me, you know, like I should. I'm gonna lie. I never been like like I'm fucking cheesy right now, you know, like. It's cold. Oh, baby. Babe. What? Damn, what? Oh, my mom's on my back today? Cause I went upstairs to get something to drink. I was tired. I was like half asleep. She said, damn, I've been in your back. I said, I said, what you mean? Your back's all fucked up. I said, oh. Then I said something about like me, Ashley, or something like that, you know? Violent. No, you're not. Oh, Leia! How you doing?
I'm good.
Me actually been together almost like 5 months now. Babe, babe, we've been together for like almost 5 months. It's not on off. For me, it's not on off. So right now it's on off right now? I'm asking you a question. Dummy. See, I don't like that dummy word. Stop calling me dummy. 3 months. Three, she said. We don't bullshit with like I last longer than y'all. I mean you. Shout. My man was holding his little BB gun. Come on out of there. Oh. Cause I feel like he trusts me more than not trust, not trust, not trust, but you gotta think about it. Hey, it's not trust, but you gotta think about it. You never know, like a situation can happen. You're not quick enough to you could react. You're not quick enough. For example, he's cause Lizette, you a little bit, on the little, Yeah, no shit. I ain't gonna lie, we was some motherfuckers in that car that day.
Hello.
Hello.
So if you guys have a girl.
Whatever.
If you love me. What's your middle name?
One.
Yeah, no. I was gonna say name the baby after you, but no.
Yeah, I think so.
What's Lizette's real name?
Lizette, that's her real name, yeah.
Oh, I thought that was like a nickname for her.
No, that's not a nickname. Yeah, her name is Lizette.
What's actually?
She said her grandpa called her.
Oh. What else? I'm trying to think. Oh. I wish you guys the best of luck. Tell me the gender.
No.
Daddy wants to know.
I don't know what her grandpa got a car for. She had to like. I should play this song that day. What?
If I have twins.
No, you better not dance with Dominican. You're gonna get cheated on and play, you stupid ass. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Chris, if I have twins. Bro, now I'm scared. That's like the scariest part.
What happened? Who called you? Oh, no, you said I heard stripper. That's why I was like stripper. Yeah. I know which song you're talking about. I know which song you're talking about. That shit go hard. No. It's a. Yeah. Not me. My boy. You gonna be pregnant on your birthday? Oh shit! What you wanna do for your birthday, baby? I could.
Buddy, you can't pick her up.
I know I can't pick her up, stupid.
Before you said I could pick you up. No, it's the vice versa.
No, but-
I had to like,
Dada, shut your ass up, Dada.
have
Oh.
fun and you crazy.
No.
Sorry, but hate to burst your bubble.
I know, I'm just saying, fuck, I don't like y'all would do it to me, okay?
Buddy. That money's gonna go into diapers, wipes, clothes.
No,
What you mean,
who, my sister? Oh, she's in the laundry room. She's in the laundry room. Washing clothes.
Chris,
Yes?
can you say yeah?
No.
You mama weevil.
You're a damn mama werewolf, what the fuck?
Weevil. That's how the white culture is.
Go ahead then.
Go ahead then.
Dada, shut the hell up, bro.
You heard me?
Yes.
Chris,
Hmm.
I'm getting old. I don't know why they got this deep ass dryer. I feel like a cat.
Hey, you ain't lying what the niggas want, though. That's what I'm laughing about, because it's true. That's what I'm saying. Like, when can I be honest with you? Like, you take this advice if you want. If a nigga want some punani, he gotta wait 90 days. He gotta get to know you 90 days. Take you up.
Did you say punani?
I'm different, like you said. Like you said, we're different. I don't want to hear it, actually.
Buddy, you're supposed to. What?
I was trying, okay. I caught, you know.
Christopher,
I'm just saying. Like,
don't ever in your life say punani around me, alright? That's all I want to know. Don't say punani.
I don't cut my. Sure did. Nah, I would never talk your shit. I would never talk your shit.
Yeah, he was.
Uh, nah, I never say. I was just joking with her. I was joking, you know. I was just joking around. I was just fucking, you know. Relax. Fuck, you guys put me on the spot.
Don't ever say punani.
What happened? Yeah, her PJs. So, what? Christmas? Oh, Thanksgiving? Yeah, yeah. Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving, we go about. Listen to me, Thanksgiving. We're gonna be at my uncle's house probably. You met him one time. You come downstairs, remember? I like his house. I like his apartment. His it's nice, but it's expensive though. They got like a whole. They got like a whole private pool too, like an outdoor pool. And like you can have your own little parking spot. What bullshit? No, no bullshit. I don't like that. Yeah, it's good. What's it called for a baby shower? I don't know. I gotta ask her. I'm gonna ask her like for like a baby shower, like what kind of clothes, what kind of outfit you wanna wear? Matching outfits, not matching, like you if what the hell you gonna stay, girl? When we get back with the results and get like a date like ready, you know, and we let you know. My phone's always fucking dead, bro. I know I had them before, but it's expensive. I had them, bitch. Oh, I was gonna ask you. I was gonna ask you. You want that for your baby shower or no? Just for me and you? I'm just saying. For 2 cookies? No. 2 of your friends. 2 of your... What aunt? The aunt I met? I know. I never met the other one. No. I don't care. Shh. What should be telling you about me? Should leave me, don't go back with me, shit like that? Like your mom. You know what, bro? I'm sorry, but she's not gonna beat the godmother. I'll let you know right now. I need one for what happened. Something happened to me. Something happened to me, nigga. The fuck? Yeah, fucked. No bullshit. She gonna want to break a lot. No, she's not supposed to. Besides the parents. No, hell no. She needs to stop. She's big. Yeah, that's one. Me too. I got that picture behind me. Bird. Yeah, I used to, not like that. She can't wipe her ass like that, and she be wearing them bitches. Relax, sweetheart. I was just joking. Damn. Like Cardi B. She be having some long ass now. How the fuck she be wiping her ass, bro? Una puta. Bicho. To me it is. No bullshit, damn, you're making me feel old, damn. You're making me feel old and shit. She like older guys, you know? 23 right now. Yep. I don't care if I said I'm old, I don't care. Yeah, you did say 25. You called me. Shit, I'm gonna be an old motherfucker. No bullshit me either. I can't even, like. You know you're not. When my baby, you're not gonna go no. No, you're not. Hell no. Y'all not going nowhere. And go out to eat. I could shake, I got, I got you right here, sweetheart. I could shake something else. I could shake something else though. She could wear a thong for me. Go. Box. Oh yeah. Huh, my aunt, I know weird shit. My aunt wear a thong. She big. My aunt big too. She wear a thong. Yeah. People change after guys school, I'm telling you. Something wrong with you, clearly. No, I'm sorry, not like in a bad way. No, cause no, I feel like if a nigga dates you, they gotta sleep with one eye open. I'm dead ass, cause you fucking do with this shit you be saying. I'm just no. Hey, last time me actually was over there, you had a fucking knife on your fucking window stand, right, Ashley? My apples, when he get bent, my apples, he piss you off and shit. Shit, why not? Why? Oh yeah. So what you want the guinea pig? You still want to want it or what? What? Well, I don't want it. I mean, you want to give it to my aunt? You heard me? I could give it to my aunt. Just let me know. No, because I'm gonna get my money back. I'm gonna get my money back. I could use. Listen to me. Listen to me. No, of my aunt. Of my aunt. Cause listen to me. Cause I could buy. Listen to me. Listen. I could buy a bobby pillow for her, and I could get whatever she needs. I got That's all. No, hell no. She don't. No, okay, I'm good. She don't need no damn cuts. Just let me know, baby, whatever you want to do with that. Cause fuck that hoe. She knows what's gonna happen anyways. You want to? That's up to. That's up to you. Whatever y'all want. Whatever you want, baby. Not my mama. Huh? Whatever you want. Why she trying to like shout out of breath? She sound like shout out of breath. No bullshit. Shut the hell up, girl. Relax, you. Relax. Cálmate. Cálmate. Slowly, what she said. No, you always yell. When you yell, I just hang up. I don't gonna lie to you. You vape too now? The hell? I just saw a vape. Come on, don't lie to me. You should not be smoking. It's bad for you. It's bad for you. I barely hit the pen. Oh my god, it don't get me high though. The posture don't get me high. Man, I could let her whatever she thinks she want, man. And at the end of the day, she still loves me. At the end of the day, you too, the fuck? You know what? Yeah, I am. I don't. Anyway, I got family discount now. No? I got family discount, bro. My shit. Shit. No, because I'm playing the game, that's why. No. I don't gonna lie to you, I haven't been playing Fortnite in a minute. No, I like Fortnite, I don't know, I like it, but it's just like, Sure. Oh. I'm bullshit. And you Not me. I got bills to pay. That's rent money right there. Card payment right there too. Shit. A cake. Oh, are you gonna? What's that? The anime or the other? Oh, you gonna go over there? Oh shit. How the fuck she gonna say? She gonna eat that piece for you, nigga. What are you talking about? The baby gonna eat it for you. Okay, but baby, if you get a cake, what kind of cake you want to get? Vanilla or chocolate? Damn, my bad. Damn, my bad. Shit. Yeah, where'd you get them at? We're trying to figure that shit. Wepa. The fuck? Ew. That's just. Ugh. Y'all something else. I need help. Yeah. I think we got. I'll look at her. She posts y'all. Y'all still live, right? Oh, like voodoo shit, no bullshit. Hell yeah. I do. I don't know about her. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, Lizette, did I tell you I cook her a cheeseburger? You know, she come over, she cook good. I'm a professional chef. Dry, but you ate it though. Dry, but you. How the fuck it was dry? I put some whatever the. You know what? I put sazon. What the fuck you want me to put? Salt and pepper? You like salt and pepper too on it? I ain't know. Oh yeah, the chicken, the golden chicken. Yeah, I told her like, let me know when, whatever. Over here, I cook for you. Teach me? What the fuck she gonna teach me? The fuck? Okay, I don't know. The fuck? How the fuck you gonna cook cereal? You gotta put a bowl. What the fuck? Serio, Ashley. Serio, baby. You know what? You acting like I'm I don't know how to cook and shit. And shit, I don't got fucking cereal. I do got cereal, but I don't eat cereal like that. Yeah, I do. I make some good ass breakfast. She never had my breakfast though. She never had it. Wepa. Ojito, some little sausages, you know, a little bicho on the side. Pancake, you know, little, you know, yeah, a little bit of everything. I like pancakes. Ooh. Fucking kid. You still act like a kid. Nah, cause you don't know how to make pancakes. That's what it is. It's fine. So what? It's just not butter. You gotta put it in. You know, you gotta mix it up first. You know, you gotta, you know. For real, don't marry that bitch. God. I miss her cooking, bro. I miss the pork chops she make. What should make she think she gonna cook for you, not for me, my guy? The fuck, if she's not gonna cook for you, she's not gonna cook for me. Come on, relax now. What? I'm fucking for you. Who, me? Saturday and Sunday at least, shit. I barely see you out the weekend, you know that. Okay, love, I understand. You heard Lizette? Lizette, you heard her? Repeat yourself, baby. Wait, baby. Baby. Wait, so you're gonna bite the gay guy and the girl boyfriend you talking about? Yeah. No, I just asked you because you said that earlier. What the fuck? You know what? Don't try to be like don't make it weird. What's that? Hell yeah. So shit. No, it's gonna be at her house. Why is she gonna? No. Yes. Yeah. So you don't need to do all that. She not gonna let me take the baby for the weekend. I know she not. Fucked up. I know. I don't think like that. I don't think like that. I don't think like that. Okay, relax. I don't think like that. Relax. Joking. Relax. I'm fucking joking. Relax. Tacho, bro. Fuck, bro. No, I was just joking, bro. She just. No, I'm fucking joking. Y'all can't take a joke. Y'all cannot take no joke. Clearly, like you can listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. I got dark humor. I got fucking dark humor. Okay. I'm sorry that y'all can't take a damn joke. Okay, damn. I'll go to court. The fuck, nigga. Don't play with me. I go court. No, but I got black humor. I got black humor. Yeah, but you can't. If that was the case, why am I being there? If listen to me, if that was the case, bullshit, no bullshit. But she couldn't. You stupid. Man, you know what? Well, you can't. You're not putting nobody on child support. You know what? I'm tired of you and my damn mama. All right, I'm What you gonna cook? What you gonna go? What you gonna cook for me today? Hey, you gotta let me know what you want for the baby shower. To, like what kind of food, so I can buy it. I want food that day. The hug. I don't want no Pizza Hut, no Little Caesars. The fuck. I want. So sad. Too much. Too much. You could, yeah, you could join later, bro, if you want. Up to you, bro. What she saying you? Oh, that. My bad. too. What? It's like, I know what you're talking about, it's like a little glue, it's like kind of sticky a little bit. It's like that glue. Yeah. Oh. Free? You gotta pay for the Usher song? Why you gotta pay for Usher? I thought that shit was for free. Usher song. Cause she said you gotta pay for it. Oh, oh, okay. No, she did it. Oh, look good. Where is that? Oh, that does look good. I ain't gonna lie. The fuck? She really gonna kiss somebody like that? Damn. She crazy. Told you it was Ashley. She crazy. No bullshit. Like, why'd you, like, put that knife down? You are crazy. You be saying some crazy shit. Really? So we gotta remind you what the fuck you said yesterday and the day before? Okay then. Alright, bro. Have a good day. Serio. Daddy ass now. That's all beyond? You heard me? Never mind. Because you said dating app, I heard dating app. I'm like, click on it. Click on it. No, because mine, because I got the same thing, because it's for me, but mine don't show me a picture. Nobody feels stupid. Do I feel stupid? No, I don't. I feel good. No, I wasn't. I was not talking to. Okay, listen to me. Listen to me. Listen. No, okay, listen to me. This is what happened. Listen to me. Listen to me because I know if she would go back with Odu or not. I fucking know. I wasn't. Listen to me. I was not texting the back every day. I was not. So don't try to make it. I'm gonna look like a bagger. I didn't text nobody. Just text me. I just look at it. The fuck. I just look at it. I don't text back. You acting like I'm a hoe and shit. Relax. I'm not a hoe. Don't look at me like on the Bible. Where's the Bible? What Bible? I put my right hand on it. Oh. Okay, it's okay. I the why you don't. That's old. But I never go on it. I never juice it. Nothing bad. Just but listen to me. But the thing is, you're not listening to me. The thing is, they text, but I know text back. I look at it and that's it. You know, I don't. That's the old Chris. Chris don't do that anymore. Chris got a new life. Why are you looking like that for? Like, if you don't want to be with me, just say some shit, dead ass, bro. Don't keep leading me on. I'm gonna let you know right now. I'm just saying. Cause you got a whole smirk. You got a whole smoke over there. You got a whole fucking smirk over there. I don't like that shit. When a female got a smirk, they do something they're not supposed to. Cause that's the truth. Nobody, I know that. Nobody says that. I don't feel stupid yet. I don't feel stupid. I'll go through your phone. You go fuck. I'm gonna go 2 fucks. No, hey, I don't care. Hey, that's what probably she thinks, but for me, I don't give a fuck. You know, what it is. Cause you could go through my shit. You could go through my phone. I got shit to hide for you. It's like this. Can I be honest with you? Can I be honest with you? All bullshit. Listen to me. I saw this. This is true. This is true. Listen to me. Why you would break up your home to live in a hotel? Why you break your home? You know, like why you would cheat on your girl and break up your family? You know, like you ready to choose a hotel than your family? You stupid. You know. What's funny, nigga? I wanna know what's funny. I wanna know what's funny. What's funny? Speak your mind. Speak your mind. What's funny? I'm just asking the question. What's so funny, nigga? I'm just asking what's so funny. I'm just asking what's so funny. I'm just asking what's so funny. That's it. Chupa el bicho, cap. What? No. Chupa my asshole, cabrona. You go suck my booty hole, cabrona. She's thinking about it. I don't got that. Y'all relax. Calmate. Y'all take a chill pill. Y'all need a chill pill for real. She said she gotta go get the baby right quick. What the fuck is all my sand? I had a lot of sand. Fuck, bro. Yeah, why she look like that? The fuck looking at me like that? I don't give a fuck. I don't like her either. The hell? She's an wetback, you know? My baby's a mutt. Hey, I'm not now. Like my daughter's a mutt. Look at her. Mexican, Puerto Rican, Italian, a little bit Indian. She got an attitude. I don't know. She got an attitude. Nah, she got it for her ugly ass mother. What the fuck you talking about? You know what's crazy? Listen to me. I don't know. To be honest with you, I want to speak about. No pelos. No, but like I'm not gonna lie to you. Like I'm gonna be keep a buck with y'all. Like no, listen to me. This is what happened. Listen to me. Remember, baby, you know how we went to my aunt house, whatever. No, yeah, did I tell you she saw her on Walmart and shit? She looked all scared. Yeah, yeah, that shit for real. You never know. That's all my sound right there. Okay. What you gonna say, babe? Jesus. Hey, relax, okay? That's all.
Cause you know I will. But I don't do it because of Layla. We were supposed to be sitting there last weekend. Girl, shut up. It's 3:21. Oh, they going at 3:21. Oh shit, without me, that's crazy. The bitch don't got no hair. Oh my god. She dropping weed everywhere. No te digo. What happened? Who was smelling like energy or motion? The fish is bleeding.
One of my mom done cooking.
That's all big fish. Sure, we got his on Gucci. Look at that. Oh, hell no. There's not a lot. Mira! Mira, puros! Oh, she got hit from the total.
What's that?
Oh,
Cámate.
it's crazy, bro. What the fuck is going on?
That stage recorder is the fucking worst. Dude, I remember one time, I was like 13. Alright, I was arguing with my mom. She said pick up, like, I had to take out the garbage. I said, no, I'm not going to take out the garbage. And then she said, no, okay. She was looking for the extension cord. No, she was first she was looking for the wire hanger. She can't find that, so she got the extension cord and whooped my ass with that. That shit hurts. The extension cord ain't on game.
In May, in full stamp
I'll get $123.
Hell yeah. How bad?
But they brought it low.
They put it low.
Why?
What the fuck?
Yeah, either.
They should put it up because now you know you're pregnant.
And I already sent that paper.
Yeah.
Confirming that I'm pregnant. You fall.
You're bogus.
It's not good. You nosy.
Nosy, yeah. Nobody's there for you. She's on your stomach?
No.
Oh.
Why would she be in her tummy?
My boobs are right here. My stomach's right there.
My bad.
Hell no. She said that she's in your tummy.
I said our stomach.
Even though she be in her tummy, that shit will not hurt actually.
I said her stomach. My bad, yeah.
The other day, Lisa, we're laying down, right? He's like, oh, I felt the baby kick. I'm like, you can't feel the baby kick.
Oh, hell
The
no.
baby's still small.
Yeah, I'm afraid.
I was like, you should know this by now. Is this like your second kid?
Okay, damn. I got two baby mamas. I got two baby mamas. I'm not proud of it. I ain't gonna lie. The first one, it was a mistake.
So you better keep it that way, cause well, not really, because
Not like my daughter. My daughter was a miracle, but she was a mistake. Shit. I was fucking blind for 4 years. I'm gonna lie.
we fucking told you to be careful. Don't do nothing stupid. Don't get her pregnant. Oh, I know what the fuck I'm doing. There you go. Never listen to me naturally. Yeah, she said.
No, I'm just like, damn.
We both told you to be careful.
Bro, okay, I was stupid, okay? Okay, y'all was young too. Y'all was stupid, but y'all didn't get pregnant, okay? So.
Okay, then.
We good. Hey, have y'all talked to Orion?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got him on Messenger, but I feel like I think that nigga still got a baby.
Yeah, he still does. He gotta stay for like I think 2 more years.
No, he in the same program as us.
Oh.
We was in.
Oh hell yeah. He gonna get out.
I told him to talk to Johnson. She would put him in there.
Hell yeah, they're gonna help him quick.
That nigga will get out 2022.
I'm not gonna lie, you heard me screaming for my cousin. I never screamed like that before.
No bullshit.
I never screamed like that before. That's like my favorite cousin right there. Her hair give me like.
Bro, I'm gonna put makeup.
For what? You look like a peanut head.
I told him my neck, you motherfucker. We always talking shit.
I'm not talking shit. Just relax. It's my dark humor.
Put my neck, you motherfucker.
What you got? Is that little ass cheeky? Nobody gonna see that.
I wanted to go away ASAP.
Put ice on it. No, you gotta put it. Yeah, put a spoon in the freezer.
It is. No, it is. It's just like a tiny bit. I wanted to go away ASAP. I didn't want his fucking shit on my fucking back.
Well, you don't talk to Dude anymore?
No, fuck that nigga.
What he do to you?
I'm gonna shoot him in the head when I see him.
What he do?
He just did some fuck shit. He just gonna he just did some dumb shit. He started threatening me and said he was gonna kill me this and this. I'm still waiting.
Got you. You be fucking with the crazy niggas. I don't know why.
I love ghetto niggas.
But you gotta think about it. One day, one day you gonna pick out the wrong crazy guy. He for real gonna kill you. Dead ass. That's not no funny shit like that.
Man, I'm a ghetto fucker.
I'm just saying. Some people mindsets are different. Some people like they could just break.
How many times he said that? I'm still alive. But the motherfucker ain't stupid. He don't wanna go back. His black guy don't wanna go back
about the jail again. Motherfucker just saying.
Hey, you know I saw maybe I saw your ex in jail.
What?
I saw Maymay. Well, I was getting booked. I saw Maymay.
He probably did because his brother was in jail.
No, he had a cast on his arm. I said, "What happened to you?" He said, "Oh, my girl threw a minion fisher at me."
It was not me.
Oh, or
I
some
was not with him. That's how.
probably some other bitch then.
Remember, will never go to jail by himself. He always bring his mom. He'll bring me.
Her and Mammy was been together since high school.
Exactly, don't fuck her.
And you was what, in and out of school, so that could have been him. That could have been him. That would have been somebody else.
Shit.
Oh boy, I'm just like, man, with a hand, no.
Shit.
And you sound stupid too because you're the one who kept going with it.
Who?
No, I told him it was not him because if it was him, I would have been like, oh yeah, I was, but no, I felt like.
Shit. Well, I thought I'd do.
I never broke his arm. That's what I'm trying to say.
I thought I would do that. My bad. I thought I was him because I'm gonna lie. He had just everything.
That man don't wear dreads.
Okay, my bad. Damn.
He wear twisties or a twist.
How the fuck you still know it? That's your ex. That's
Oh,
weird.
hello, that's my first love.
That's
Hello.
weird.
I never thought about that nigga.
That's
Well,
weird.
I'm telling you, and now bitch will never treat me the way I treated. Bitches gonna use first money. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Look at his car fucked up anyways. His dumb ass fucked it up. But so he got a girl now, so hopefully this girl will bring him up and shit.
Well, you playing Fortnite right now?
No. Why?
Cause you lied. Cause you lying to me. I can see. I got you added, bro. Why you guys don't lie to me? Don't lie. Oh no, you're on the home button. There.
I'm not on Fortnite.
Oh, thought you was.
I'm on Tubi.
Tubi. She's looking for a free movie.
Yep.
Hey, you know what you should watch? It's on Tubi. I don't know if I got the name. Watch scary movies. I like watching scary movies. I go on Tubi.
Over here.
Well, y'all some pussy, so I'm gonna lie.
I watch scary movies every fucking time. What are you talking about?
I like scary movies. My brother yesterday, he watched The Ring yesterday.
All on there.
Upstairs, he watched The Ring with my mama.
On Tubi?
No, yeah, I think it was on Tubi or Netflix, one of them. But they're watching whatever. I guess he got hit.
The Ring movie, that's not that scary for me.
No, he didn't. He told me he didn't get scared. I said, put this scary movie on. He gonna get scared for real.
That movie was not even fucking scary. I swear to God, it's not.
No, I feel like the movie you buy shit your pants, probably Just the Creeper. That's or Chainsaw Massacre, cause that's just two stories too. Chainsaw.
That's right. Yeah, it could have been that on Tubi because I can't even see it. Oh, on Netflix. I'm just watching Baby Boy. That's basically my shit.
Oh, that movie is funny. That movie is good. That's a very good movie. Good movie.
Miss Rachel.
Miss Rachel is something else.
That's what your baby gonna be watching, Miss Rachel.
No, it's not gonna be a boy. Gonna be watching SpongeBob.
They still watch Miss Rachel.
Gonna watch SpongeBob. My kid not gonna watch no Miss Rachel.
It's a baby. You don't know that.
What the fuck is gonna watch for SpongeBob?
He gonna learn everything from SpongeBob. He gonna be the most SpongeBob. I'm telling you that. That baby gonna be smart as fuck. That baby gonna be looking at SpongeBob. They gonna be like Kung Fu.
I hope it said dad first.
Oh.
Layla said dad first. She said dad first. So, you know.
But if it's gonna be a mom boy, then all these things.
Some bullshit. If it's gonna be a mama boy, I'm a mama boy too. Nothing wrong with that. What?
Sammy took that place. Sammy is.
No, Sammy, you know, bullshit. Sammy did take that place. Sammy is the mama boy right there.
You already paid for that. You know.
Fuck, really, bro?
No, Gnarly. She's so pretty. That's how her baby gonna be like. Con moñito.
I know.
Con moñito and with the bowl. That baby gonna be a hoochie mama.
Hoochie mama. That's my hoochie mama.
That's what Chris gonna be like. Come here, hoochie mama. Come here, mama. Hold on, okay. A fat mama. I'm gonna let the baby by herself in the fucking sala.
Cares. Not my care. What I gotta worry about it for. I'm just. I need to find a drown, bro. I just need one trident, man. I don't got what I need.
There's only 2 of them, or I think it's like fucking 3. Oh, here's 1.
About to be 2 over here right now. I'm talking about, baby. Oh my god, let me hit you one more time, you bitch. Jumbo, Jumbo. Hmm?
Here. Right here. You better eat it all.
So silly.
Eat it, girl. It's not. No, eat it. Eat what you have in your mouth.
Hurry, hurry, cut the water. Chacho.
Months probably gone.
Last one this summer?
Okay, Argentina, I guess.
Who, you?
Tired, bro. What the fuck? Oh shit. Oh.
got all this damn. Damn. My mom. Your mom got issues for real. Oh yeah. Boyfriend. Oh. Tell me you're not sharing with the same spoon with that baby. Hey. I kiss you. You better tell me you better not share the same spoon with that little girl. I kiss your mouth, everything. I don't know her mouth been at. She kissed her dad and her mom, you know? Oh my god. I can't with you. Why I gotta be a dick? Like the fuck? No bullshit. She didn't even give me no action. She didn't give me no action. I was like, damn. That's fine. That's fine, love. Ew. Ew. I was joking, relax. Relax, I was joking. Yeah. Cállate. Cochina. Not anything now. No, not anything. Don't say anything now. Okay, not like in a bad way. Like I do like I take a bullet for you, know. I'll push you away. I let the car hit me, you know. I'll push you, you know. Hell yeah. I'ma help you up and down. No, I'm not. No, I'm a professional. I'll go softly, you know. I go not professional. My bad. I take that back. I'm not professional. I'm up and down, up and down. Oh, there you go. My bad. My bad. I'm sorry. I had to run. Cause for me, I was thinking about myself. I had to shave too. Shit. I got one of the taxi razors. You know, go zzz. No bullshit. Diablo. What? I'm thirsty. You know what? You were drinking this damn sink water, nigga. It's not sink water. It's Monta water. What the fuck? What's wrong with Monta water? It's good for you. No. When it's warm, it's when I for baby, no, like when I make baby bottles, like for newborns, I use a water bottle. I don't use sink water. I don't like that. That's not good for the baby. I use water bottles. Like the water bottle Ashley got, I use them. Yeah. Or the jugs. You're talking about the jugs, yeah. For what she gotta wake up tomorrow for? Yeah, you cut it out. You cut out, is it? For me, she did, for me, she did. I missed that crying. I ain't gonna lie. I love my life. I love my life. Fat ass, but why you talking about food so much? You're not pregnant, girl. Fat ass. Oh, that's her birthday today? The big one? Your partner in crime? No, I don't know. I haven't. No, never had it before. Oh, McFlurry? No, McFlurry? No. McDonald's? No. It's been years. Last time I had, I think I was probably 13 or 14 in McFlurry. What? That bitch is good. Oh no, you know what's good? Go to Culver. Go to Culver's, get the Culver ice cream, vanilla, and put M&M's. Ask for M&M's. Oh my god, everything. Oh my god, that's like a little like ugh, you know. A little orgasm right there, like. Hey, you should have heard her. That she was. I should record that shit. No bullshit. No, I'm not loud. I'm not loud. I'm quiet. No, because I got the containers under my bed. The containers under my bed with all my clothes, like my storage. Man, that nigga he could go right back in jail. Your sister's stupid. I'm sorry. She like the hood niggas too. She need to worry about school, finish school, not worry about no little. Yeah. Bullshit. What happened, man? Was you? No, I remember. I remember. Yeah, I give you one. I remember. No, I remember one day she asked me, "Can I give her a phone?" And I said, "Yeah, I got you." And I give her a phone, and she got caught with it. Remember that or no? Babe? Oh, fuck. That's all I was going with. 3 days. We got like six more days to get paid. Like 5 more days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 more days. I'll get paid. I get paid after Easter. That's some bullshit. That's some bullshit, bro. I'm trying to have money on Easter. What? What? The car seat? What she? Well, no, what she bought? I forgot. I'm trying. Hold on, wait. I'm trying. Oh yeah, the basket. Yeah. Oh yeah, the basket. It's in the garage. Don't call me fucking slow. I take that shit offensive, nigga. Nah, you fucking retarded then. That's what I forget, you know? My bad shit. I got hard timers. I'm young as a bitch. Nine. Done. 9. Yeah, 19. Yeah. I know. I'm gonna lie. Who said it? Oh, my aunt. You know what my aunt said? Alyssa? Because we were by my aunt's house. She says, "Yeah, one of y'all." Excuse me, y'all. Shit. You keep saying that. I can do it for you. What's she eating? Twix is the best. I love Twix. I think my baby like a lot of fruit. She eat a lot of fruit. Hey, you gotta be careful because you got diabetes. Remember. I got you. Hey, no, tell me why she was over here. I put the garbage next to her, you know? You're a gag. I'll be throwing up too sometimes. I'm gonna lie, I hate throwing up. I'll be like, fuck. Yeah. What the fuck? Which one bigger? She said, a horse. What do you think? A horse got a horse? Of course, horse. A horse got a big ass, you know. You know. Oh shit. My AC. I got central air, so I'm good. You are the champion. Excuse me. Excuse me, shit.
Hey, sugar tits.
She said sugar tits.
Oh!
a farm. E-I-E-I-O. And oink, and oink. We're gonna. I'm tired too. You want to put me to the nap? Can you give me a nap? I wanna go to bed with you. You know. All right. I'll talk to you later. Have a good day, y'all. Bye. Shit, I was on the phone with him for a minute. It's difficulty. I want to make sure it's not hard.
Hey, Chris.
Y'all, I'm back, y'all. I had to let my girl go. She work, you know. Gotta make that money, you know. Pay bills, you know. Got bills to pay here, you know. Having a baby on the way. How's my second viewer doing? How's your day, bro? Second viewer, you've been here for a minute, bro. I'm not gonna lie, you're a true one. A true one, guy.
Weren't we having fun?
You're a
I was
true one.
confused and slightly scared. The
Shit.
scream had felt too genuine and too near
We
me
need
from
more.
a TV. So I came up with an excuse. I told him I got a text from my dad and needed to head home. He was wondering where I was, and I had told him I was on my way back. Okay, let me walk you out, he said. He escorted me to the door and we said our goodnights. You're probably wondering why I didn't contact the police. Well, I didn't have to, until 2 days later. That's when I saw on the news that Joe and his brother had been keeping their stepfather captive, starved and tortured for 2 weeks. They had released him for a doctor's appointment, and he had immediately reported to the police. That was when they were arrested. I broke down crying. I realized I could have ended up like that old man.
Things I wish I knew before finding an apartment. Let's talk about it. I made a list of must-haves and like-to-haves. It would have made the entire apartment hunting process so much easier. I would have gone into it knowing exactly what I wanted and things that I just...
Drugged and restrained. The outcome could have been a lot worse if I had stayed longer. So, Joe, I hope you're rotting in jail. And I hope you stay there for a long, long time.
Don't have what I need, bro. You have everything else.
Several years back, perhaps around 5, I encountered a man on Tinder, which led to the most frightening
Tinder.
experience.
Why everybody uses Tinder
We
for?
had been exchanging messages for a few days when he suggested we go out on a date. Though I was anxious, I agreed, ensuring that our meeting spot would be a bustling cafe in the heart of the city to prioritize safety when getting to know new people. Since I didn't own a car at the time, I took a bus to our rendezvous point, a journey that lasted about 30 minutes. Arriving roughly 10 minutes ahead of schedule, I waited outside the cafe. Within a couple of minutes, a man named Jack walked up to me. Upon seeing him in person for the first time, I was relieved. He was tall with wide shoulders and resembled his photos, if not slightly more attractive. We instantly connected and spent the next 2 hours engaged in lively conversation, laughing and enjoying each other's company. Unbeknownst to us, the coffee shop had closed during our engaging exchange. As we exited the cafe, Jack offered to give me a lift home. Though I hesitated briefly, I ultimately agreed, feeling a sense of familiarity and comfort with him. We continued conversing as he drove, and I was genuinely enjoying myself. Unfortunately, It was at this moment when I let my guard down that everything took a dramatic turn for the worse. While driving along a busy road, we saw the flashing lights of a police car behind us. Jack muttered a curse under his breath and began to accelerate. My heart raced with panic as I wondered why he would attempt to evade the police. Despite my frantic pleas for him to stop, he disregarded my request, and the police pursuit ensued. The blaring sirens grew louder, and I realized we were in deep trouble. As Jack made a sharp turn, the tires screeched against the pavement. We ultimately collided with a fence, bringing the car to an abrupt halt. The fear I felt was immense, as I had never been involved in a car accident before. I wasn't sure if I had sustained any injuries. Within moments, 2 police officers appeared, guns drawn and aimed at us. Jack tried to exit the car, but the officers yelled at him to remain inside. Overwhelmed with terror and tears, I couldn't fathom what I had gotten myself into. The police officers proceeded to handcuff both of us and placed us into separate vehicles. I could see Jack speaking to one of the officers, but I couldn't make out the conversation.
Oh shit, my bad, y'all.
After a few more minutes, the officers approached me and informed me that Jack was a wanted criminal. He had been on the run, and the car we were in had been stolen. The realization that I had been on a date with a criminal left me feeling nauseous and desperate to return home. The officers escorted me to the police station, where I recounted my version of events. After completing the necessary formalities, they arranged for a taxi to take me back to my apartment. Sleep eluded me that night as I repeatedly went over the evening's events in my head, attempting to comprehend what had transpired. I had placed my trust in Jack, only to discover that he was a dangerous individual. My ability to discern whom to trust was shaken to its core. It took a considerable amount of time for me to come to terms with the ordeal. Initially, I felt deceived and angry with myself for not recognizing the warning signs. However, I eventually understood that I couldn't hold myself responsible. Jack had lied to me and put my life at risk. In retrospect, I acknowledged how fortunate I was to have emerged from the situation unscathed. Things could have been far worse. The experience taught me an invaluable lesson about exercising caution when dealing with strangers, particularly those I encounter online. Although I continue to use dating apps, I now take the necessary time to acquaint myself with potential matches before agreeing to meet them face to face. Furthermore, I make it a point never to accept a ride from someone I've only just met. Throughout my time using dating apps, I've encountered various individuals and have my fair share of experiences to recount. However, this particular story revolves around someone I never actually met in person. While I was at home, I casually scrolled through my usual social media apps, such as Twitter and Instagram, and occasionally checked my Tinder messages. That's when I stumbled upon a new message from a girl named Clarissa. She was attractive, but not strikingly so, which made her seem more genuine than the fabricated model profiles that occasionally...
Check out how we made this reel. Just cover the camera, then uncover. And that's a wrap.
Surface on the app. I consider myself fairly adept at detecting such deceit. Without hesitation, I responded to her message, and we engaged in a pleasant conversation. Although it wasn't particularly profound, I sensed her interest. Not wanting to delay, I soon asked her out, to which she agreed. Clarissa proposed a location in an unfamiliar neighborhood, but I wasn't fussy and didn't object. She shared the address, and I searched for it on Google Maps. My initial hesitation arose when I realized the area was a bit shady, but I didn't want to appear cowardly, so I kept my reservations to myself. As the day of our rendezvous approached, my anxiety grew. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, though I couldn't pinpoint exactly what. I suggested an alternative venue, but her insistence on the original location only heightened my suspicion. It was no longer about the location itself, but rather her unyielding determination to meet there. Eventually, I resolved to see her face-to-face before agreeing to the meeting. When I proposed a video chat, to my surprise, she consented. I fully expected her to decline or even ghost me. but she didn't. As the video call connected, I saw her seated in a poorly lit room, her face partially concealed by shadows in her hair. She glanced up, smiled, but something about her seemed amiss. As our conversation progressed, I observed multiple inconsistencies. She couldn't recall any of our previous discussions on Tinder, seemed unfamiliar with the city we resided in, and most importantly, she looked nothing like her pictures. In fact, I could hardly recognize her. At this point, my suspicions were validated. I believed I was being lured into some sort of trap. Unsure of her true intentions, I knew I had to extricate myself from the situation promptly. I didn't confront her directly, but instead concocted an awkward excuse. She appeared let down, but didn't resist. After ending the call, I unmatched and blocked her on Tinder immediately. I decided to take a hiatus from online dating for several weeks following that incident. It was apparent that Clarissa had been a fabricated persona, yet I remained puzzled about the woman in the video chat. Perhaps she was a friend of the person I'd been communicating with, or had been hired through a platform like Fiverr. Regardless, I'm fairly certain that I averted a potentially disastrous evening. Growing up, I always found it challenging to connect with girls romantically. For some reason, they seemed to view me as just a friend, nothing more. I did experience a relationship in college, but it gradually faded after graduation. My friends constantly encouraged me to put myself out there and start dating again, so I decided to give it a shot, craving some excitement in my life. I registered for Plenty of Fish, a popular dating site at the time, in early 2010, around February. Online dating was still a relatively new concept, and there was a lingering stigma attached to it. People often considered it desperate or pathetic, unlike today when it's quite common. After browsing profiles for about an hour, I stumbled upon her picture. Her name was Brenda, and she had long dark hair, wore glasses, and had an overall wholesome appearance. We exchanged messages for several days before Brenda proposed that we meet in person. I was both nervous and thrilled, eager to learn more about this intriguing, adventurous woman. Brenda mentioned she had a friend visiting from out of town and thought it would be fun for all of us to hang out together. I was hesitant, but she reassured me that her friend was cool, and it wouldn't be awkward. Being new to dating, I didn't realize how unusual this arrangement was, but I agreed regardless, as I felt more at ease in one-on-one situations. We decided to meet at a downtown bar. As I approached the entrance, I spotted Brenda waiting, looking even more stunning in person, with her curvy figure and long dark hair. However, there was a man accompanying her, over 6 feet tall with short hair and bulky, muscular arms. Anxiety tightened in my stomach as I approached the pair. "Hi, Dave," Brenda greeted me. "This is my friend Nate." I had assumed her friend would be female, so I was taken aback to see a man there. I wouldn't have agreed to the date had I known this beforehand. But lacking the courage to leave, the three of us entered the bar together. We ordered drinks and found a table. Brenda and Nate engaged in conversation about their jobs and hobbies, while I sat there silently, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. I attempted to participate in the discussion, but it was apparent they had little interest in getting to know me. That's when things began to take a strange turn. I can't recall much of what transpired
Well, I gotta be an ad. Come on, man.
Really easy.
afterward, but I remember ordering another round of drinks before my senses became hazy. My head spun, and my vision blurred. The next thing I knew, I awoke in the backseat of a car. I tried to scream, but my mouth was bound with duct tape. Panic surged through me as I realized the gravity of the situation. It dawned on me that I had been drugged and abducted. Glancing up, I saw Nate and Brenda sitting in the front seat of the car, seemingly unaware that I had regained consciousness. Remaining silent, I pretended to still be unconscious. Muffled voices came from the front seat, but I couldn't discern what was being said. Eventually, the car came to a halt. The red glow of a traffic light offered a fleeting opportunity to escape. Acting quickly, I unlocked the door and bolted into traffic, narrowly avoiding getting struck by a vehicle. As I glanced back, I saw the shock on Brenda's face. I must have had a high tolerance for the drugs they administered. Though uncertain of my destination, I knew I had to escape. They didn't follow me, perhaps to avoid drawing attention. My legs ached and my lungs burned, but I didn't stop. Fueled by fear and adrenaline, I continued to push myself, despite knowing I had escaped. I felt for my wallet and phone, but both were missing. I sprinted through an unfamiliar area, searching for recognizable landmarks but finding none. I had no idea which part of town I was in, but I knew I needed help. Desperately, I tried to flag down passing cars, but no one stopped or seemed to notice my disheveled state. Finally, a woman around my mother's age pulled over and asked if I was okay. My speech was slurred, and I was still feeling groggy, which likely made me appear intoxicated. That was probably why no one else had stopped to help. I recounted the earlier events, and the woman called the police. Soon, police officers and paramedics swarmed the scene. Amid the chaos and confusion, I felt a sense of relief. I would be okay. First, they transported me to the hospital, where I was examined for injuries and any lingering effects from the drugs. After receiving a clean bill of health, I was discharged a few hours later. Next, the police took me to their station, where I provided a detailed account of the incident. They promised to do everything in their power to apprehend the culprits and bring them to justice. Unfortunately, I had little information about Nate and Brenda, and in my panicked state, I hadn't thought to note their license plate number. The phone number Brenda had given me turned out to be fake. Nevertheless, they were eventually apprehended, and the incident made headlines in my town for some time. The ordeal contributed to the local community's wariness of online dating. As I mentioned, this happened over a decade ago, and online dating has since become commonplace. Now married for over 5 years, I'm grateful that I no longer need to seek companionship online. I began using Tinder around the year 2015. I've encountered both pleasant and unpleasant situations, but this one is about the most terrible experience I've ever had on any dating app. About 2 months after ending a significant relationship, I decided to set up a new Tinder profile. I had used the app before, but had deleted it when I met my former partner. I swiped for roughly 10 to 15 minutes and finally got my first match. His name was Ethan, and his captivating smile instantly caught my eye. After chatting for a day or two, Ethan proposed that we meet in person. We agreed to have a drink at a nearby pub. On the day of our rendezvous, I took time to get ready, dressing in my favorite outfit and carefully doing my hair and makeup. Upon arriving at the pub, I spotted Ethan waiting outside for me. He appeared somewhat different from his photos, but it wasn't a deal breaker. He was shorter than I anticipated, and had a somewhat geeky appearance. Regardless, I pushed my reservations aside and greeted him with a smile. Everyone tends to exaggerate a bit on their profile, so I didn't think he had catfished me or anything like that. We found a table and ordered drinks. Initially, the conversation flowed smoothly as we discussed our interests and hobbies. In reality, I was doing most of the talking, practically steering the entire conversation. I was fairly certain right away that we wouldn't be meeting again, but I didn't want to appear impolite, so I stuck around. As the evening progressed, I began to sense that Ethan was somewhat socially awkward. He persistently fidgeted with his hands and avoided making eye contact, making me feel uneasy. I tried to disregard it and keep the conversation going. After finishing just one drink, I chose to end the night. I felt relieved.
This isn't about control. It's about who dictates how this...
Say goodbye and make my way back home. My apartment was just a brief stroll away, taking no more than 10 minutes. As I climbed the steps of my building and was about to unlock my front door, I glanced down the street and noticed Ethan standing on the sidewalk, looking at me. He had followed me home. The worst part was that he now knew where I lived. If I had noticed him earlier, I might have prevented him from finding out which building was mine, but it was too late. I hesitated for a moment before quickly entering the lobby of my building. Once inside, I checked my Tinder messages. I chose not to unmatch or block him, opting to preserve our conversations in case I needed to contact the police. However, there were no new messages from him at the time. I went to bed, attempting to convince myself that it was merely a coincidence. I even tried to persuade myself that it wasn't really him, and that it was all in my imagination. But I knew that wasn't true. Furthermore, He had mentioned the area where he lived, which was in the opposite direction. Deep down, I was sure he had followed me. The next few days were filled with fear and anxiety. I kept checking my phone for messages from him, but there were none. While this brought some relief, I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that I had a stalker. One evening, as I was getting ready for bed, I heard a knock on my door. As I approached, I could see a figure standing on the other side. It was Ethan. I still have no idea how he determined which apartment was mine, but I suspect he had been trailing and observing me. Perhaps he caught a glimpse of me through the window. Naturally, I didn't open the door. Instead, I told him to leave. He tried to downplay the situation as if it were no big deal, but he didn't depart. With a sheepish expression, he attempted to apologize, but I was completely unnerved. I threatened to call the police, and only then did he leave. That night, I called my brother, went to his place, and slept on his couch. I hoped that would be the end of it, but it wasn't. When I eventually returned to my apartment, things seemed normal for a while. However, I began encountering Ethan on the street far too frequently. I even started spotting him at the gym, which was nowhere near the area he claimed to live. I did contact the police, but there was little they could do. After enduring a month of this, I decided to relocate. I found a new place in a different neighborhood, and thankfully, I haven't seen him since. Although I still experience moments of paranoia, I'm fairly confident it's over. As a 23-year-old woman, I recently began using the dating app Hinge after hearing about it from a friend. I had tried other apps without much success, but my friend claimed that Hinge was a superior option. Trusting her judgment, I created a profile and soon started receiving matches. One of these matches was a guy named Alex. He was a year older than me, had brown hair, and sported an artistic vibe. He wore thick glasses and had a beard. After a pleasant conversation one evening, we decided to meet in person. We agreed to visit a bar that I had been to a few times with friends, but wasn't my favorite spot. It's never a good idea to take online dates to your most cherished places, just in case. I arrived a bit late, and Alex was waiting for me outside the bar. We went in, and despite his slight social awkwardness, we had an enjoyable time. I found his quirks endearing, and we spent around 2 hours talking over drinks. Eventually, we parted ways, and I headed home. Over the following weeks, Alex texted me inconsistently, averaging once every 2 or 3 days. Sometimes he wouldn't respond for hours or even days, which raised a red flag for me. Consequently, I stopped replying to his messages, assuming he wasn't prepared for someone like me. I wasn't upset about it and simply moved on. A few weeks later, I was at home, feeling bored when my phone buzzed with a notification. To my surprise, it was Alex. Although I was taken aback, I felt a hint of positivity upon hearing from him again. He asked if I wanted to hang out that night, and since I had nothing else going on, I agreed. This time, I gave him my address so he could pick me up. About half an hour later, he arrived in a blue Honda Civic with a noticeable dent in the rear bumper. I got into the car, and immediately, I sensed that something was off. Alex, who had been somewhat awkward during our previous encounter, was now. When I got into the car with him, I regretted my decision. I resolved that once we stopped, I would find a way to excuse myself and leave. This time, we were heading to a different bar. As soon as Alex parked the car, I pretended to receive an urgent call and claimed I had to go. Although I could tell from his expression that he didn't believe me, he didn't.
Hey, it's me, your dry skin. I'm craving something we're missing. The ceramides and CeraVe. CeraVe.
Attempt to stop me as I turned and walked away. Once I was on the bus, I removed and blocked Alex from Hinge and also blocked his number on my phone. That he didn't. This time, we were heading to a different bar. As soon as Alex parked the car, I pretended to receive an urgent call and claimed I had to go. Although I could tell from his expression that he didn't believe me, he didn't attempt to stop me as I turned and walked away. Once I was on the bus, I removed and blocked Alex from Hinge and also blocked his number on my phone. He hadn't done anything terrible, but he gave me an unsettling feeling that I couldn't quite put into words. If that had been the end of it, this wouldn't be a frightening story. In the following days, Alex sent me a friend request on Facebook and followed me on Instagram. Feeling increasingly uncomfortable, I blocked him on both platforms. A few days passed without incident. But then I began to notice some alarming things. I started seeing his car, with its distinctive dented bumper, parked near my workplace and even close to my apartment building. It seemed like he was stalking me. For several weeks, I occasionally saw the car, but never Alex himself. That, however, would soon change. One night, as I returned home late from work, I walked down the sidewalk in the dark. For reasons I can't explain, I felt a sudden chill, prompting me to glance across the street and spot Alex's car. The street was eerily quiet and almost completely deserted, making me feel exposed and vulnerable. At that moment, I was grabbed from behind. A man's arm was wrapped around me. It was Alex. We struggled for what felt like a long time, but it was probably only a few seconds. Realizing I couldn't overpower him, I did the one thing I could. I screamed. I screamed as loudly as I could and didn't stop. My cries must have attracted some attention because people emerged from a nearby apartment building and onto the street. Seeing this, Alex immediately fled. That night I contacted the police and recounted the entire ordeal. Luckily, I had noted Alex's license plate number, which made it easy for them to track him down. Legal charges against him are still pending, but I was granted a restraining order almost immediately. Reflecting on the experience, I realized there were numerous warning signs leading up to the incident. I should have contacted the police as soon as I began noticing his car in my neighborhood. Ignoring such signs can have dire consequences, and I nearly paid a terrible price for my oversight. My name is Ethan, and I am a 26-year-old man. However, the following events transpired when I was 25 years old. At that time, I had been using online dating applications for around half a year. Like most individuals, I was initially hesitant about the process. My main concern was meeting up with a girl only to discover it was a group of guys playing a joke on me. Essentially, I feared being humiliated. However, the experience I'm about to recount is far more terrifying than mere embarrassment. I matched with a young woman named Laura on the dating app, Hinge. She was the same age as me, had blonde hair and several tattoos, which was precisely my type. After exchanging a few messages, I proposed that we meet up in person. Laura agreed, and I provided her with my phone number. Typically, I prefer to move our conversations off the app as soon as possible, since it feels more intimate when you have someone's phone number. Nevertheless, Laura didn't text me, and continued using Hinge's messaging platform. I assumed she wanted to verify my identity before sharing any personal information. I respected her decision, and didn't press the matter. One can never be too cautious. Laura recommended that we meet at a cozy bar in the city center. The location was ideal for me since it was within walking distance of my apartment. So, I set off on foot, and reached the bar approximately 10 minutes early. Upon my arrival, I realized that the bar was closed. Considering it was a Tuesday evening, it wasn't exactly peak hours for bars. I promptly opened the app and messaged Laura, informing her that I had arrived and that the bar was closed. Laura responded and recommended another venue just down the street from our original meeting place. She also mentioned a shortcut through a nearby park. Agreeing to the change of location, I began walking in that direction. As I walked down the sidewalk, I checked my messages to see if Laura had sent any updates. There was a message from her saying she was already at the new bar and urged me to hurry by cutting through the park. I agreed and picked up my pace. At 8 p.m., the sun had already set, and upon reaching the park, I found it was nearly pitch black. The narrow path running through it was unlit, so I didn't feel comfortable taking that route. Instead, I jogged along the sidewalk to avoid making Laura wait longer than necessary. When I arrived at the bar, I was out of breath from jogging. I stood outside for a minute to cool down and catch my breath before going in. I took this opportunity to check my messages once more. To my surprise, I saw that Laura had blocked me on Hinge. Staring at my phone and still panting, I felt puzzled. Why would she block me just before?
Freaking pangolins, bro.
Gathering myself, I entered the bar. I assumed it was a mistake, and I could find Laura inside and exchange contact information.
I can't do
if things
shit
went
with
well.
this pictures here, bro.
I spent a few minutes walking around the small
Come on, let me put on P4. Come on, bro. Low quicker.
That's when it dawned on me. She had set me up for a trap. Laura had likely suggested the first bar knowing it would be closed. Then, she could lure me into the park on my way to the second bar. I suspected there had been an ambush waiting for me. Fortunately, my instincts had kicked in, and I didn't feel right about the situation, although I wasn't entirely sure why at the time. She must have blocked me when she realized her plan had failed. While I was disappointed and undoubtedly unnerved by the incident, I recognized that it could have been much worse. When meeting people online, always trust your intuition and avoid doing anything that makes you feel uneasy. Though I still believe most people have good intentions, there are some who wish to cause harm. This event transpired a year ago when I was unattached. I am a 27-year-old woman, but at that point, I was 26. I had recently installed the dating app, Tinder, but merely to explore its features. I had no real intention of meeting someone through the app at that moment. I would access the app once a day and peruse a few user profiles. By perusing, I mean glancing at images, as hardly anyone ever bothers to write a detailed bio. I didn't match with anyone since I never swiped right even once. I was only there to observe. One particular guy named Jeff seemed to appear almost every time I logged in. He was a well-groomed individual, slightly overweight, and around 6 feet tall, if I had to estimate. I believe Tinder offers a paid feature that displays your profile more frequently, so perhaps he had opted for that. Regardless, I consistently swiped left to express disinterest. One day, while walking my dog in a nearby park, I noticed a man approaching me on the gravel path. As he neared, he courteously nodded, and I reciprocated. Something about him seemed oddly familiar. After a few minutes of pondering, I finally realized it was Jeff from Tinder. I brushed it off as a coincidence, thinking that though we lived in a large city, it was not entirely improbable to run into him. However, over the subsequent weeks, I encountered Jeff a bit too often, and it started to feel unsettling. I began to wonder if I had acquired a stalker. One night, as I prepared for bed in my room, I glanced out the window and spotted a pair of eyes staring back at me. Someone was peering into my second-floor apartment, which would have required considerable effort to climb. As our eyes met, the figure vanished. I rushed to the window and saw a man fleeing the scene. Though I only caught a glimpse of his back, I was almost certain it was Jeff. I immediately contacted the police, who advised me to spend the night at a friend's place, which I did. The following day, we visited the police station to file a report. I had no way of reaching Jeff since we had never interacted online or in person. However, we devised an ingenious plan to identify him. While conversing with the investigator, I opened the Tinder app and swiped through profiles until I found Jeff's. I then informed them that he was the one. Subsequently, the police issued a restraining order against Jeff, and I am relieved to report that our paths have not crossed since. To provide some context, I am an 18-year-old male currently residing in New York City. I stand at 6'4" with a muscular build, and I've always been one of the bigger kids in my class. My appearance has often led people to believe I am older than I actually am. I reached my full height in the 9th grade, which was about 4 years ago, just to give you an idea of my physical stature. I was that one student in the 8th grade who could already grow a full beard. There always seems to be one in every school. This story took place last month, right after I celebrated my 18th birthday. I had recently gone through a breakup with my girlfriend of 7 months and was feeling lonely. In search of a rebound, I decided to try my luck on Tinder. I created a profile using my real photos, but I lied about my age, claiming to be 24 years old. I matched with an incredibly beautiful girl who seemed almost too perfect to be real. Nevertheless, I decided to go along with it. We exchanged a few harmless messages and agreed to meet at her apartment the following day at 9 p.m. While one might expect me to be thrilled, I had my reservations about whether she was genuine or not. As the designated meeting time approached the next day, I got ready to head over to her place. Before leaving, I texted my dad to let him know I was going to a friend's house. I asked my close friend James, who was 6 years older than me, to give me a ride, as I didn't have my own car. James dropped me off at her apartment, and I pressed the doorbell. I heard faint footsteps on the other side of the door, and a high-pitched voice announcing that she would be there shortly. At that moment, I texted James to let him know everything seemed fine and that he could go ahead and leave. As soon as the door opened, I breathed a sigh of relief because the girl standing before me was the same one from the pictures. Unfortunately, this sense of relief was short-lived. Upon entering her apartment, she immediately asked if I wanted a drink. I politely declined, and her demeanor noticeably shifted. This raised a red flag in my mind, and I grew suspicious of her motives. Feeling that I might be in a dangerous situation, I requested to use the restroom as an excuse to get in touch with my friend. She agreed without hesitation. Once inside the bathroom, I hurriedly texted James to ask for a ride back. As I looked up from my phone, I could barely discern a shadowy figure concealed behind the shower curtain. Before I could fully comprehend what I was seeing, the figure lunged at me, and I found myself grappling with a mysterious man. I was petrified. Although I was significantly larger than him, he appeared to be around 5'10", 165 pounds, bald, and in his mid-30s. While I was 6'4" and 210 pounds, he still managed to catch me off guard. Once I regained my composure, I was able to overpower him with relative ease, pinning him to the ground and landing 2 or 3 punches to his face. Just then, I received a text from James, letting me know he was waiting outside the building. At that moment, the girl stormed into the bathroom and began shrieking. I dashed past her and bolted out of the apartment. When I got into the car, I breathlessly recounted the harrowing ordeal to James. It was only then that the gravity of the situation dawned on me. I could have been drugged, robbed, or even worse. I made sure to take screenshots of her profile and all our message exchanges. Despite gathering this evidence, there was little the police could do, as it was ultimately my word against theirs. I managed to escape this incident with nothing more than a fright. The lesson to be learned here is to always arrange to meet in a public place for a first date, and possibly the second one as well, just to err on the side of caution.
For the second year in a row, Chevy Equinox has been ranked by J.D. Power #1 in
How my second viewer doing? How you doing, bro? I'm sorry I haven't been talking that much. I'm focused over here and trying to get a lot of netherite. You know? Shit. How's your afternoon going, y'all? How y'all doing?
As a single woman, this story took place on the previous Valentine's Day. Since I was single the year before as well, I didn't have any special plans for the day. It was just another ordinary day for me, consisting of going to work and then coming back home to unwind and do whatever I pleased. I was employed in an office building located in the city and lived in a typical suburban home about 15 minutes away, in a relatively bustling neighborhood. When I returned from work that day, I checked my mail as I usually did.
My bad, y'all.
One letter in particular caught my attention. It was a heart-shaped red envelope. After taking all the mail inside and examining it, I realized it was a Valentine's Day card. The message read, "Happy Valentine's Day from your secret admirer." There was no hint whatsoever about the sender's identity. I was baffled as to who might have sent it. Several possibilities crossed my mind, but none seemed very plausible. Nonetheless, I assumed it had to be someone I was acquainted with. The following day at work, I mentioned the card to some of my colleagues, hoping that if someone from the office had sent it, they would either confess or give me an idea of the potential sender. Unfortunately, this didn't help, and the mystery persisted. I informed some of my friends about the card as well, but they didn't have any suggestions either. A few days passed, and I still hadn't made any progress in identifying the sender. That weekend, I had to catch an early flight and woke up at 4:30 in the morning. I recall groggily getting out of bed and heading from my bedroom to the kitchen for some coffee. As I walked through the living room on my way to the kitchen, I noticed a car parked directly in front of my house on the side of the street. The vehicle seemed to have all its lights off, and I didn't recognize it. However, after merely 5 seconds, the car pulled away and drove off, still without turning on its headlights. I remember finding this peculiar, but as I had to leave for the airport, I simply had my coffee and then departed. Given that my neighborhood was quite busy, I didn't dwell on the incident much. My trip only lasted a couple of days, and everything seemed normal upon my return home. The next odd occurrence happened approximately a week later. Upon returning home this time, I was driving back from work. While driving home, I often tend to zone out. Of course, I pay attention to the road, But other than that, I simply relax and listen to music. It wasn't until I turned onto my street that I noticed another car following closely behind. This wasn't too unusual, considering there were numerous houses on my street, and it could have been any one of them. As I pulled into my driveway, the car continued driving past. Once inside my house, I went to the kitchen to grab a beverage. When I exited the kitchen to change my clothes, I saw the same car, now driving in the opposite direction, seemingly slowing down as it passed my house. At that moment, I recalled the car I had seen in the early morning hours, and it dawned on me that this could be the same vehicle. I hadn't gotten a clear look at the car in the dark, but this one fit the general description. A four-door sedan, around 20 years old, with a light brown color. When I tried to see the driver, it seemed to be a man, but I couldn't discern any further details. The car slowed down but continued past my house until it reached the end of the street. I then moved to the window and watched the car disappear from view, ensuring it was gone. I couldn't shake the feeling that something suspicious was happening, but I had no idea what it might be. The following night, I saw the car again. I had been home from work for some time, and I hadn't been followed that evening. It was around 10 p.m., and I was starting to feel tired, as I usually went to bed between 10 and 11 p.m. At that moment, I happened to be in my living room. That's when I noticed a car driving slowly past my house. The car then pulled over to the side of the road and stopped. I looked more closely, trying to identify the driver. The car turned off, and I heard the door open. I quickly hid so the person wouldn't see me. I observed the individual walk up my driveway and approach my front door. As they did, I retreated to the kitchen. The person knocked on the front door, and I remained in the kitchen, waiting. They only knocked once. Peeking from my hiding spot, I saw the same man walking away from the door. Hoping he would leave, I stayed in the kitchen for a while longer. After waiting for a few minutes, expecting to hear the car drive away, the next sound I heard came from my bedroom. It was a knocking on the window. This truly frightened me, so I took out my phone and called the police. I informed them that a man was knocking on my bedroom window and requested someone be sent to my address. Regardless of the man's intentions, I wanted to understand his actions, and I believed a police officer could help clarify the situation. The knocking ceased, but I kept an eye on the man's car, which he hadn't returned to. 2 minutes later, more noise ensued, this time from a rear window. It wasn't knocking, but rather a scraping sound of some sort. I was quite close to this window, so I rushed into my bathroom, locked the door, and was absolutely terrified. I covered my ears and closed my eyes, not wanting to be aware of any further developments. After what felt like an eternity, but was only a few minutes, I received a call on my phone from the police, who had arrived at my house. They informed me that they had arrested a man on my property, and I was flooded with relief. I later discovered that this man was the one who had sent me the Valentine's card, and he had been stalking me for weeks. There must have been something seriously wrong with the man for him to behave in such a manner. I still don't know how he initially found me, but this experience has made me much more cautious about who I interact with and how I protect my privacy. I sent a message to Olivia, updating her on the situation, and decided to wait at the bar, sipping water and glancing at the televisions. 15 minutes ticked by, our table became available, but Olivia was still nowhere to be found. Moreover, she hadn't contacted me at all. I tried phoning her to inform her our table was ready, but my call went unanswered. Frustrated, I told the restaurant staff that I'd leave and possibly return later. It was now past 9:30 p.m., and I opted to head back to my car. Olivia's behavior throughout the week had been peculiar, and I began to think she wasn't worth pursuing any further. I strolled along the sidewalk, making my way to my parked vehicle. As I approached within 30 feet of my car, I spotted a man standing suspiciously close to it. He was leaning against the vehicle but gazing in another direction. The stranger was wearing a hooded sweatshirt with the hood up, concealing his features. Cautiously, I circled to my driver's side door. The moment I unlocked it, the man swiftly closed in from behind. Sensing danger, I closed the door and backed away. I knew I wouldn't be able to enter my car before he reached me, so I retreated instead. He lunged at me as if to tackle me, and I did my best to evade him. Using my car as a shield, I scrambled around it, sliding over the hood slightly. Both the man and I tumbled to the ground in front of my vehicle. I quickly sprang to my feet and dashed to the opposite side of the car, with the man in pursuit. I unlocked the rear door, opened it, and immediately hit the lock button once more. I managed to climb inside the car and slam the door shut. The man attempted to open my front door first, but found it locked. He tried the rear door, which was also locked. I crawled to the front of the car as he began pounding on the windows in frustration. Reaching the driver's seat, I started the engine and sped away. By the time I returned home, I was still trembling from the terrifying encounter. Once I had calmed down a bit, I checked my phone and noticed a chilling text from Olivia. "You got lucky." That was, without a doubt, the most bizarre Valentine's Day I've ever experienced. The entire situation was baffling. I had previously met Olivia in person, so I knew she was real. As time passed, I pondered the incident and concluded there were two possibilities. Either Olivia was complicit in the scheme to ambush me, or she had lost her phone, and the man who found it saw me in the contacts and planned to rob me. Either scenario was equally unnerving. Allow me to share with you a story from last year's Valentine's Day. I am a guy, and I have a girlfriend named Kathy, who lives in a duplex approximately 10 minutes away from my apartment. For Valentine's Day last year, I had planned to take Kathy to a lovely restaurant. In addition to the dinner, I wanted to surprise her with a bouquet of flowers. Initially, I intended to pick her up at 7 o'clock, but I changed my mind and decided to arrive at her place around 6. She usually got back from work at around 5:30, and I finished work slightly earlier on most days. So on Valentine's Day, after finishing work, I went to a store to buy flowers before driving to Kathy's place. Upon arriving, I approached her front door and knocked, only to notice that the door was slightly ajar. The door was closed, but not fully secured on the hinges, which meant it was obviously unlocked. Despite this, I didn't want to just barge in. After knocking a few more times without receiving any response, I debated calling her, but ultimately decided to enter her home so as not to ruin the surprise. I stepped inside and called out Kathy's name, but there was no reply. However, I did hear a noise that seemed to be coming from the upper floor. As I slowly made my way upstairs, I called out for Kathy once more. Still, there was no response, and this time, there was complete silence. I proceeded to check the kitchen and living room, but Kathy was nowhere to be found. I then entered the hallway, which led to her bedroom and a bathroom. Both doors were wide open, and both rooms were empty. Feeling puzzled, I continued walking down the hallway when I felt my phone vibrate. I received a text message from Kathy which read, "I'm working a little late today, but I should be home by 6:30. Just as I finished reading the message, I heard another noise behind me. It was the sound of a door creaking open. As I turned around, I saw the hallway closet door slowly opening, revealing a man inside. Panicking, I dashed out of the hallway, down the stairs, and out of the house, finally reaching my car. I immediately called Kathy and the police. The intruder had left within a minute, but all I managed to see from my position was a side view of the man, not enough to provide a clear description. By the time the police arrived, the man had vanished. It turned out that Kathy had simply forgotten to lock her door that morning, allowing the stranger to enter her home. I will never forget the chilling sensation I experienced when I heard the closet door opening. Since that day, Kathy and I have always made sure to lock our doors. My girlfriend broke up with me just 2 weeks ago. I understand that 2 weeks isn't really enough time to get over a breakup and start swiping on Tinder, but I was feeling really lonely. In just a few days, I was chatting with 2 girls regularly. I invited both of them for a date on different days, hoping that at least one of them would be a good fit for me. Sadly, the first one stopped responding to my messages, leaving me with only one option, which made me feel even more desperate. The girl in the picture seemed like my dream girl, blonde hair, blue eyes, and really pretty. But her personality, at least through text, was a bit disappointing. She was dull and not good at keeping a conversation going. But I thought some people are just better when you meet them in person, so I decided to go ahead with the date. I chose a budget-friendly restaurant that she agreed was near her place. On the date night, I got dressed up, drove to the restaurant, and texted her that I had arrived. I was standing outside the restaurant waiting for her. I was there 5 minutes early, so I didn't expect her to be there right away. But after waiting for 20 minutes, I tried to call her. After a few rings, she picked up. "Hey, where are you? I'm right outside the restaurant," I said. I waited for a few seconds. "Hello?" She hung up without saying anything. Great. Another girl had stopped responding to me. I felt embarrassed and frustrated. I got back in my car and drove home. I made myself a bowl of cereal, sat on the couch, and tried to forget about everything for a while. I fell asleep around 8, still on the couch. When I woke up, I reached for my phone to check the time, but I couldn't find it. I opened my eyes a bit more and sat up, still looking for my phone. During my search, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. My back door was slightly ajar, just a little bit. It wasn't open enough to see through the gap, but it was open just enough to not be flush with the wall. It was as if someone had gently pulled it almost closed so it wouldn't make a clicking sound. I stood frozen, looking around. Everything seemed to have gone eerily silent. I made one last quick attempt to find my phone, then gave up and walked over to the back door. It was just as I'd noticed, slightly ajar. I always made sure all doors were locked, so seeing this after having a nap just a few feet away was truly frightening. I thought perhaps the intruder had seen me sleeping on the couch and decided to leave. But then the thought of my missing phone crossed my mind. What if they had taken my phone? They would have had to be right in front of me, just a few inches away, possibly watching me sleep. A chill ran down my spine. These thoughts were only making me more terrified. I quickly shut the door and locked it, hoping that whoever it was had already left. I then walked around the ground floor, checking each room, but didn't find anything unusual. Then I went upstairs, which for some reason made me even more nervous. I walked down the hallway, peeking into each room before I reached my bedroom. I searched the room, under the bed, everywhere. No signs of anyone. I stepped back into the hallway, closing the door behind me. I couldn't help but think about how creepy this situation was, and tried to figure out the best way to contact the police without my phone. But then I heard something. Quiet, soft breathing coming from the closet behind me. I was paralyzed with fear. The longer I stood there, the more terrified I became. I bolted for the stairs and ran out the front door. There was a gas station at the end of the street, so I sprinted all the way there and asked them to call the police. By the time everything was sorted out, there was no one in my house anymore. My phone was still missing, but that was the only thing that was gone. Luckily, I had backed up my account, so it wasn't too difficult to get a new phone and transfer all my apps and data. A few weeks later, though, I went back on Tinder, and that's when I started connecting the dots. The girl who had stopped responding to me and eerily answered my phone call no longer had a profile. I thought that it was actually possible that they had gone to the restaurant, but instead of meeting me, they had followed me home. As for why they took my phone, I'm not sure. The only reason I can think of is that they didn't want me to call the police or show them their Tinder profile. There are still a lot of things that don't make sense, though. Like why they only took my phone and what they were doing in my house while I was asleep. I was a 26-year-old woman, but let's rewind to when I was 23 and still in university. During the latter part of my university days, I was quite active on Tinder. I wasn't necessarily on the hunt for a serious relationship, but I wasn't completely against the idea either. If things started to get serious with someone, I'd give it a shot. But if not, we'd just enjoy our time together and then move on. One Friday after classes, I returned to my dorm room and spent some time swiping left and right on the app, hoping to find something fun to do over the weekend. After a while, one of the guys I had swiped right on responded. We chatted for about an hour, and then he asked me if I'd like to go out with him on Sunday night. I said yes, even though I thought it was a bit soon for him to ask me out. We continued texting for a bit, mostly talking about school and our hobbies. He He mentioned that he also attended my university and lived in a dorm on the other side of the campus. We exchanged a few more texts on Saturday, and then on Sunday, we met up at a popular restaurant not too far from the campus. Throughout dinner, he seemed like a perfectly normal guy. So normal that he was almost a bit dull. I found him attractive, though, and I thought that maybe he was just holding back because we had just met. After we finished eating, we went outside and agreed to see each other again the following week. As I was saying goodbye and starting to walk away, he asked me if I needed a lift home. Since I lived on campus, I didn't have a car and walked everywhere, including to the restaurant. I was surprised that he had a car, considering he also lived on campus, but I was even more surprised when he offered to drive me home. It seemed like he was trying to make a move, which I wasn't expecting. But since I had enjoyed my time with him and he seemed like any other guy, I accepted his offer. The campus was a 25-minute walk from the restaurant, so at the very least I'd get home quicker. He led me to his car, an older black Honda SUV, and I got in the passenger seat. As soon as we hit the road, things started to feel a bit awkward. I attempted to strike up a conversation, but he wasn't engaging. So I leaned back in my seat, and we both fell silent. After a few minutes, he made a left turn, but the campus was to the right, in the completely opposite direction. A knot formed in my stomach and my body tensed up. I was overwhelmed by a sense of impending doom. "Hey, I think you missed the turn," I said, doing my best to keep my voice steady and hide the fear I was feeling. "No," he muttered. I glanced at him, but his eyes were fixed on the road. "Where are you taking me?" I asked. He didn't answer. I didn't know what else to say.
New follower. What's up,
In a
follower?
final
How you
attempt
doing?
to defuse the situation, I told him
Like
to
and
let me out of the car.
subscribe, follower.
Again,
Like and
he didn't
subscribe, man.
respond. As he drove further away, the surroundings became
Like
more
and
and more
subscribe,
isolated.
y'all.
My
For more
mind was swimming
content.
with fear, and I was terrified of being taken too far away to find a way back. I still had my phone in my pocket, and I knew he would take it as soon as we stopped. My only plan was to try to quickly pull out my phone and dial 911 before he had a chance to react. I waited until he started to...
This year for prom, we're going all out. Extravagant limos, fancy dinners, exclusive after parties. We're making prom a night to remember.
Make a turn. As soon as he looked the other way, I took out my phone and, with trembling hands, dialed 911. He noticed immediately and tried to snatch my phone while still driving. I managed to keep it out of his reach as the phone rang. As soon as I heard a voice on the other end, I screamed for help, shouting out the street names and the direction we were heading. The man was still trying to take my phone, hitting me and pulling me towards him. In the struggle, he lost control of the car and crashed into a speed limit sign. I was disoriented and my vision was blurry, likely from a concussion. I could hear the 911 operator's voice coming from somewhere under my seat. For a moment, I forgot the situation I was in, but when reality hit me again, I quickly looked around. The windshield was shattered, the airbags had deployed, but the man was nowhere to be seen. I tried to look out the windows, but he was gone. I didn't even remember seeing the windshield shatter or the airbags deploy, so I might have been unconscious for a few seconds or even minutes without realizing it. I found my phone and told the operator what had happened and that I was okay. The police arrived shortly after. I didn't have any serious injuries, just some aches and pains. But what hurt the most was the fact that I was so sure they would catch the man, given his name, description, and license plate. But I was wrong. The car had been stolen the day before, which was probably why he abandoned it after the crash. His name was likely fake, and his Tinder account had been deleted, so all they had was a description of what he looked like. I should have been more cautious, and I certainly have been since then. What he intended to do with me is too horrifying to even contemplate. I just really hope that he's not out there trying to do the same thing to someone else. I got to know a guy who I'll call Bob through an app called Tinder. He was a nice, articulate guy, and we had been on about 4 or 5 dates before